Are we continuing with someone?
We are. Detective PIENNES.
Oh, okay, thanks.
I'm just waiting for Teresa to let me know.
Yeah, that's fine. I just didn't know who the next witness. Thank you.
Yeah, we are continuing with Cross. It's the start of Cross.
All right.
And just as a reminder, I need to break for lunch right around 11:35.
Understood.
I'm just waiting for Teresa to come back. She was checking to see if all our jurors were here. Okay. We're just waiting for one more juror to get here.
Judge, off the record, we're gonna have a couple things we wanna bring up this morning just before.
All right. Well, then let's do that. Then we'll go on the record. Thank you. I'll call State of Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczewski, case number 21 CF 885. May I have the appearances, please?
Good morning, Judge Randy Sitzberger, Abby Nicolai, and J.J. Crawford for the state.
Your Honor, good morning. Donna Kukler, Pablo Galaviz, and Brad Navreski appear with Jessy Kurczewski.
All right. Off the record, Attorney Kukler, you indicated there were some matters you wanted to address outside the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. We either last night submitted or it'll be pulled through this morning a request for Your Honor to sign a subpoena to DHS that will be to obtain Lynn Hernan's Quest records because we have knowledge that she was in fact receiving food stamps, and the detective testified yesterday that she wasn't. So we're asking the court to sign the subpoena so that we can obtain those records. The second thing that's going to be coming through is a request for you to sign documents so that we can obtain records from Lynn's Department of Correction records. And the records themselves, although I understand wouldn't be necessarily admissible, those records will show that Lynn received help from a social worker at the prison to apply for her disability benefits. A detective testified yesterday that the money that was going into her account every month was from regular Social Security, when in fact it was from disability benefits. So we're asking that you sign those when they are pulled through. And we just wanted to give you a heads up for the reason for them. We're asking that they come to the court rather than directly to us, and then the court can provide them hopefully to us in the manner that you think is appropriate.
Okay. So our jury was entering, and obviously we weren't planning for that yet, but understandable since Madam Clerk was asking if they were there. I don't believe we have anything in the queue just yet.
Should be coming in any minute.
All right, I'll have Madam Clerk keep an eye out for those, and then I can review them at a break. And obviously the state hasn't seen them yet to take a position one way or the other. So I'll just take that under advisement at this point in time, and we'll wait till those are filed and we have an opportunity to review. Any other issues I need to address?
Not from us.
All right. Anything? I think the state said no, but I may not have asked you. think I asked you off the record, but anything from the state?
Still a no, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Okay, then. Now we'll have the jury brought out.
All rise for the jury. Try it again.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Well, at least now you know there's proof, right, that when you're not in here at 8:30, it doesn't mean we're just sitting here. We've heard on the record. No, I know. You all know that. All right. Then this morning, we will start with the cross-examination of Detective Plennis. Detective Plennis, please make your way to the witness stand. It is day 2, so I'll have Madam Clerk swear you in for our members of our jury. I know you've met him previously, but Attorney Brad Navreski will be doing the questioning today.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. And just for the record, so it's in the transcript, just state your first and last names.
Nathan, Nathan, Plennis, Plennes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Navreski.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective. Thanks for joining us here again.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you testified that you reviewed all of the financial documents in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that included all the bank records that were provided through subpoenas, both the original subpoenas that I believe you did not personally do, and then additional ones that occurred in, I think, 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you relied on these in creating your various demonstrative exhibits. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And I believe out of the exhibits that you had, the state introduced Exhibit 98, which was Lynn's account records for the money market account from BMO Harris that ended in 7601. Is that true?
Yes, she had the account in 7601.
And then you spoke about records from the account ending in 5336 that were introduced as State's Exhibit 117, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that Lynn had 2 additional checking accounts in her name that BMO Harris provided records to you on pursuant to that subpoena?
I believe there were 2 other accounts, yes, from BMO Harris that were provided.
Now, one of those was an account that ended in 5158. Is that correct?
I would have to see the records. I know there were 2 other accounts that were older, but yes, I don't know the exact account number of that one, of those 2.
That's fair. May I approach you, Honor?
You may. You have that marked, please.
It's marked Exhibit 599. And I can also pull it up on the screens, but it's not published to the jury yet. Here in a second. Can you make sure I scroll? Exhibit 599, which I'm showing you, is it up on your screen as well now?
No.
Could we also publish to the witness, please?
Go ahead.
And this is identical. I just thought the paper copies might also be easier for you to go through.
I appreciate that.
What I'm showing you is statements from each of Lynn's checking accounts. The earliest date we have records, which I believe is June 2016 for each of them. Or 2014, I'm sorry. Did you review the records that you obtained that included these exhibits? They would not have been in order. They would have been at the start of each of the accounts informations within the same return?
Yes.
Okay. And in 2014, you testified that Lynn first opened the money market account that ended in I believe it was the one ending. Actually, no, this was prior to, I'm sorry, let me back up. So the money market account was opened by Lynn at some point in late 2014, I believe you testified, correct?
Correct, I believe it was October.
Prior to that, she had already received inheritance, is that true?
From my understanding, yes.
Do you know what her net worth, or let's not call it net worth, what the total amount of her balance accounts were at the time that we received the first records, June 2014?
According to these records for this account that you just provided,
For all three of the accounts that she had, correct?
I don't know the number necessarily of all the accounts, including this. I know we had approximately $250,000 in the 7601 account in the beginning of October of 14.
Okay. Let's start with the account ending in 5158. I believe it is page 1 of the exhibit. True that this would have been the account that was opened for her mother's estate shortly after her death?
Yeah, it indicates that it's the Lorraine M. Hernan estate, and it's got Lynn Ann Hernan personal rep.
At this point, I would move to admit Exhibit 599 and publish to the jury so that we can go through this exhibit together. No
Any
objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 599 is received. Permission to publish granted.
All right, got it up on the jury screen now. So this first page is the checking account created for the estate, as we just established. Can you give me the ending balance as of July 23rd, 2014, which is the earliest record that we have from this account?
The ending balance is $4,450.20.
All right, I'm moving us now down to page 3. Actually, let's move to page 2. That first one was short enough that it was only a single page, I guess. I'm showing you what is account number ending in 9707. And is that a checking account that belonged to Lynn at this time?
This would be, yes, 9707 was a checking account with Lynn Hernan's name on it. And the statement up here is from June 23rd, 2014 through July 22nd of 2014.
So ending, I think, a day earlier than the first one we looked at, correct?
That would be then the other checking account?
Correct. Just the statement period.
Yes.
And what's the balance of the 9707 checking account as of July 22nd, 2014?
The ending balance as of July 22nd of 2014 is $181,936.32.
All right, and next we're going to jump to page 4. And this is the earliest record we have for the 5336 checking account that you spoke of in detail yesterday, correct?
Correct.
And we've got an ending balance of July 19th, 2014, a couple days before the end of the statements that we just reviewed.
Correct.
What is the balance of that account as of that date?
The balance as of July 19th of 2014 for the 5336 account was $159,551.82.
So between the three accounts as of the end of July, or near the end of July, we're sitting at about $160,000 in one, $182,000 in the other, and $4,500 in the estate account, correct?
Correct.
So in mid-2014, Lynn had about $350,000 of cash. Is that cash in her deposit accounts, correct?
Yep, yes.
And, give me just a second. We talked in detail yesterday about the money market account as well. Is that true?
That's true.
Do you know how Lynn funded the money market account in October?
No.
At the point that she funded that money market account in October, she put approximately $250,000 in it, correct?
That's correct.
And that would leave about $90,000+ in her checking account had she taken it from these two accounts. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Now actually, I'd ask that we stop publishing this for the moment. I'm going to hand you several exhibits that we'll go through together quickly to lay a foundation for all of them at once. So if I may approach the witness, I will hand you those now.
Go ahead.
Handing you what's at mark 600 through 606. And so looking at Exhibit 600 start, this is a table that I created based on the certified records that were provided to you from BMO Harris and Associated Bank, which you've testified that you've reviewed thoroughly. If you could look through, just breeze through the table and confirm that the transactions that you're seeing and the account totals matches your expectations having reviewed the records in this case.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the witness testifying to a document that Attorney Nevresky made without the witness having a chance to compare it against all of the financial documents that we went through yesterday.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it was provided to the state yesterday, and we can pull demonstrative exhibits from the entirety of the 4-year period if the detective prefers. He is testifying as to patterns of life that he saw after reviewing in detail all of the accounts from 2014 to 2018, made several opinions as to the health of Lynn's financial accounts.
I understand the objection is sustained. He has not had an opportunity to review it previously, to my knowledge. You can perhaps ask more questions and I'll revisit the issue.
Perfect, Your Honor. Thank you. Yesterday, you testified as to account 5336 and the money market account, correct?
Correct.
From the BMO records, you did not testify, mention, or refer to the 9707 account, correct?
That's correct.
You testified that Lynn created the money market account and that its existence came to be based on her inheritance of approximately $250,000, correct?
That's correct. That was my understanding.
When you say that was your understanding, do you doubt that understanding now?
No.
Okay. You presented this number and the transactions and the account activity of Lynn in the money market account over the course of several years based on this $250,000 figure, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that the exhibits that you provided and your testimony as to the 5336 count did not include any data from prior to 2016?
That's correct.
Why did you not include the account activity prior to 2016 for that account when you had it?
Because when I became involved in the case, the investigation that was ongoing surrounded the time frame beginning in 2016.
And that was based on Jessy, for lack of better words, re-entering Lynn's life in a more regular capacity, correct?
Correct.
So you testified repeatedly as to patterns of living that you were looking for in these records, fair?
That's fair.
You were trying to establish Lynn's patterns of living prior to Jessy entering her life, fair?
I established the patterns of life with Lynn's life from 2016 to her death.
And that was to try to determine whether transactions seemed quote-unquote suspicious to you, correct?
Correct.
Now, knowing that the period of time that you were looking at from 2016 onward was the period of time where Jessy was already in her life, how can you establish the patterns of Lynn's life without Jessy's involvement based only on that information?
On Lynn's life, based upon just that 2016 period?
the patterns of life prior to Jesse's involvement in her life.
I was focused on the time period starting in 2016 in Lynn's life.
Now, having reviewed the records, it's fair to say that the money market account was left largely untouched from its creation in October 2014 through, let's say, ...2016, it looks like in March. I believe you testified that was the first withdrawal from the money market account. Is that true?
I believe so, yes.
And you indicated that that was suspicious to you, correct?
That was the first activity in that account.
And is that what made it suspicious to you, just that it was the first withdrawal from that account that you're aware of?
That was the first activity with that account with any money coming out since the time of its creation. That's why I notated that transaction.
What was the balance of Lynn's checking account, the 5336 account, at the point that she made that withdrawal? I believe you testified to it yesterday.
I'd have to see the account. I don't know off the top of my head what the account was at that point.
Fair to say that it was fairly low?
I guess I'd have to see it. I don't know what fairly low is.
Okay. So we've established that in 2014, based on the first records that we have, Lynn's cash assets in her deposit accounts were approximately $350,000, correct?
Yes.
And based on the records that you discussed yesterday, as of approximately March 2016, would it be fair to say that Lynn's net worth in those accounts, which no longer included the 9707 account, would it be approximately $270,000?
I believe it was around 250,000. I don't know if it was 270. I believe from the 5336 and the 7601, and I guess yes with the, I believe this is what, the 5158. Although that account was opened, the money market was opened in October. This statement shows July of 14. Was around $250,000.
So about just short of $100,000 less than she had June 2014. Fair?
That's fair.
And if her total value was around $250,000 and there was $250,000 in the money market account, fair to say her checking account was near empty?
Fair.
So around the time this first transaction occurred, Lynn had gone from a balance that we established of about, I believe, $98,000 in her checking account and $250,000 in the money market account to having exhausted that approximately $98,000. True?
The 98,000.
I'm sorry, I'm just objecting to vagueness. What $98,000 specifically, if we could have account numbers or exhibit numbers?
Sustained.
The $98,000 figure, if we want to go back and look at Record 599, is based on the three checking account totals that we added up together. We got to about $346,000. You testified that Lynn opened a money market account with $250,000. That leaves around $90,000 in the account. Fair?
That's fair.
That would have remained in her 5336 account. Fair?
Fair.
By the time the money market account was tapped into, you've just testified that 5336 account was empty or near empty, correct?
No, Jack, the witness actually earlier stated he would like to see the record to answer affirmatively.
Sustained.
Did answer affirmatively. He agreed that the account was drained or nearly drained based on the net worth that he testified to yesterday.
I'm going to sustain the objection. You're talking in March of 2016, right? Is that your question related to that
The
time
question
frame?
was related to the difference between the opening balances of $346,000 and the $250,000 net worth he testified to in March 2016. It's a subtraction question.
Judd, I don't know if you want a sidebar. I know you don't want speaking objections, but I do have a response to this.
Yeah, let me meet the parties at sidebar, please. All right, thank you. The objection remains sustained. Please ask your next question.
I'm going to bring up Exhibit 98 that you discussed yesterday, and I'll publish that to you. Is that up on your screen?
Yes,
And this is the same exhibit that you discussed yesterday, the certified BMO records, correct?
correct. This is for the 7601 account.
And I'm going to jump to page 37.
Do you want this published or just questioned?
Just question for a second. I'll put them side by side and then ask to publish.
Okay, very well. Sorry for the interruption. I just wanted to point out it wasn't.
Totally okay, thank you. This is the money market account, correct?
Correct.
And I'm showing you the March 10th, 2016 ending balance. Is that true?
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to put that to the side, and I'm going to pull up quickly Exhibit 117, which is the, I believe, 5336 account. Oops. And just quickly, I'll have you again verify that this is the certified record from BMO that you received for the 5336 account.
Correct.
And let's jump forward to page 59. And this is the statement ending in, ending March 19th, 2016, correct?
That is correct.
So at this point, I would ask to publish to the jury.
Go ahead.
And we'll just take a second to wait for their screens to come on.
Apparently it's extra long this morning. All right, we have it.
And just looking at these two, we previously discussed the total in June 2014. These are the checking and money market account that Lynn had in 2016 in March. Can you give me the account totals for both of those accounts?
So the account total for the 5336 account as of March 19th of 2016 was $20,111.69.
And the 7601 account?
The 7601 account as of March 10th of 2016 was $250,041.81.
And this is the statement that includes that first $500 withdrawal, true, from the 5336 account? Or, I'm sorry, from the 7601 account, the money market account.
That's correct.
Thank you. So just back to my question, fair to say then, with no information as to how this money was spent, where it was spent, the balance of Lynn's kind of total accounts, and we can exclude the account that was Lorraine's estate, since that was about $5,000. It's kind of irrelevant since we don't have a lot of information about that. Fair to say her checking account balance had dropped significantly by March of 2016 from the original balance?
The original balance of the 5336 account?
Correct.
Can you go back to, you're talking about it dropped drastically. During that month, this statement period, or?
No, over the course of the 2014 period that we talked about through the March 2016 period.
I don't recall what the,
Going back to 599. And we're on page 4 of that, looking at the original balance for July 2014.
Yes, it did drop drastically.
And I believe we discussed that about 70,000 of that had gone into opening the money market account, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
So the $90,000 that was in the account, we're down to 20,000 as of the statement that I showed you a moment ago.
In March of 16, yes.
And this was at the first point that Lynn dipped into the money market account, as you testified, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your review of actually strike that. You had records going back to 2014 for all of the accounts that we've discussed today, correct?
I believe so.
Did you review those when you were doing your financial reviews?
When I went through the 7601 account, yes. I believe through the 5336, I believe I went through, I believe I documented from 14 on.
Okay, so you just didn't discuss it yesterday, but you had reviewed all of these in the course of investigating.
I believe so.
Okay.
If I received them, I would have at least gone through them.
So if I could stop publishing for a second. And I'm going to show you momentarily. We're just going to jump through and kind of look at these balances year by year. All right, if I can publish again. And for the record, we're in the same two exhibits. We are in 117 and 98. We are page 83 and 117, page 59 in exhibit 98. That is the 5336 checking on the left and the money market account on the right, correct?
That's correct.
And what is the statement end date on these two?
The statement for 5336 is December 19th of 2016, and the statement ending for 7601 is December 10th of 2016.
Okay, I believe I jumped the gun. The jury's screens probably are not on yet. I apologize for that. We will get right back on there. All right, sounds like we're good to go. Could you give me the ending balances for the 5336 account?
The ending balance for the 5336 account as of December 19th of 2016 was $10,090.81.
And the money market account?
The 7601 account as of December 10th of 2016 was $169,771.33.
So together, the total cash that Lynn has in her deposit accounts is about $179,000, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that is just shy of 2.5 years from the high balance of $350,000 in July or June of 2015 or 2014, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that in those 2.5 years, Lynn had one way or another used approximately half of the total balance of her accounts?
Fair to say yes, that money is no longer in those accounts.
And half of it, correct?
Yeah.
All right. I am going to next show you, we'll jump forward to December of 2017. So we don't have to keep waiting on the jury screen. I'm just going to scroll through the exhibit and we'll find it together. And we'll take a look at those. Looks like on exhibit 117, we are on page 114. And we are getting close. I apologize for scrolling here with you, but we have found it. We are on page 92 of exhibit 98. And fair to say these are the accounts ending a couple days apart in December 2017?
Correct.
What is Lynn's checking account balance at that point?
The 5336 account as of December 19th of 2017 was $9,267.94.
And the money market account?
The 7601 account as of December 10th of 2017 is $30,506.20.
So about $40,000 together, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And you testified yesterday to the fact that Lynn generally, actually never, to our knowledge, prior to 2018, used ATMs to withdraw cash or deposit cash, to our knowledge?
Correct.
Or
We-
deposit checks, I believe that would also be fair to say.
Deposit checks,
By ATM.
correct.
Throughout this period of 2014 to December 2017, she made several transfers between her accounts, though. Is that true?
Yes.
And those, to your knowledge, were always done in person with a teller? Or
All the transfers?
all the transfers were either in person with a teller or by phone, to your knowledge, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And those transactions you were able to trace between her money market account and 5336 checking, is that true?
Correct.
Fair to say that beginning in, say I'd say after the $500 deposit you discussed in March of 2016 coming from the money market account, there were several transfers over the course of years from the money market account to the 5336 checking, is that true?
Yes.
And those were generally large multi-$1,000 transfers?
Yes.
Do you recall whether the trend showed that those transfers were made at periods where the checking account was running low?
I'd have to look at the records. I don't know exactly where the accounts were off the top of my head.
Kind of fair to say, in your experience looking at kind of what you describe as typical financial behavior for Lynn or for anyone, money being transferred from a savings account to a checking account, and nearly always in that direction, is usually to make sure that there are funds available in the checking account to cover day-to-day living expenses. Fair?
That's fair.
So over the course of several years ending in the December timeframe that we've talked about in 2017, there were numerous transactions that would be consistent with somebody funding their living checking account that they use on a day-to-day basis with money from their savings. Fair?
That's fair.
I want to jump ahead just a couple months actually to February of 2018. So for the Exhibit 117, which is the 5336 checking, that puts us at page 120. And for the money market account, that puts us at page 97 of that exhibit. What are the balances of the accounts at this point?
The 5336 account as of February 19th of 2018 was $4,145.82. The balance as of February 10th of 2018 was $15,011.73.
So at this point, Lynn's total, as of February 19th of 2018 for the 5336 account, and as of February 10th, 2018 for the money market account, Lynn's total cash deposits at BMO Harris were approximately $20,000, correct?
Cash deposits?
Or just her total account balances in her cash deposit accounts, these two accounts.
Oh, yeah, yes.
And we know that she had an associated bank account, correct?
There was, yes, an associated bank account.
Fair to say that that account was always in the low thousands at most and wouldn't really factor in if we're looking at someone's like net worth over a period of time.
It maintained, yeah, a low balance.
So assuming that that account was anywhere from, you know, 1,000 to 3,000, just as an example, she's sitting at about $2,000 or $20,000 total cash available to her as of February 2018, right?
Correct.
And her total available cash remained at or below, let's say $30,000 between this period and the end of her life, true?
During that time frame remained under?
Under 30,000 total across the accounts.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about a specific number of transactions. And let's stop publishing for a second because I want to bring up a new exhibit for that. If I can approach the witness with that one.
Go ahead with what document again?
This will be 609.
All right.
And I'd ask permission to publish here in a minute after we've given him a chance to look at it. All right, I am showing you what's marked Exhibit 609. This is a page that was extracted here. Let me get the page numbers for you. The first page of that is a excerpt from the Wells Fargo records that you testified to yesterday as to Jessy's 8149 account. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And the second page that I am showing you is an excerpt from the money market account for Lynn in April, or ending in April 2018, correct?
Yes.
Now, this March 2018 time period has particular significance in this case because of the Goldman Sachs loan. Is that true?
Correct.
Yesterday, you spent a great deal of time testifying as to the Goldman Sachs loan, the documents that were used to apply for it, and the account statements that were provided with that loan, true?
Correct.
And your understanding is those were fake documents, correct?
Correct.
You testified that this loan was applied for through Lynn's name, correct?
Correct.
The money was set to be deposited in Jessy's account, correct?
Correct.
In going over Jessy's expenses for that month, you testified to a number of withdrawals. On your exhibit, it was marked as ATM withdrawals. Fair?
That's fair.
It was a little over $12,000.
Correct.
And after a brief sidebar, I think we established that that number included all of the withdrawals for that period, and the fact that they were labeled ATM did not necessarily denote that that was the true method of withdrawal. Fair?
That's fair.
All right. I would ask for Exhibit 609 to be admitted and permission to publish that.
No objection.
I'll pull that one back.
Exhibit 609 is received and permission to publish granted.
And just to confirm, the account number at the top, since these second pages don't have the party names, that 8149 account is associated with Jessy's Wells Fargo checking account, correct?
As of March 8th of 2018, it's associated with both Jessy's and Lynn's name.
Right, thanks for that clarification. On the first page here, on 312, there is a deposit for $30,000, correct?
That's correct.
And that is the proceeds from the Marcus, the loan that was procured.
Yes.
Several days later, on the 15th, there's a withdrawal,
Yes.
and that was for approximately $12,000.
Correct.
And that was done at a branch or a store, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
You testified yesterday that you didn't know exactly how that money was spent, correct?
Correct.
And part of the reason is that it is a cash transaction. Is that true?
That's true.
Looking at Lynn's account statement for the same period for the money market checking account, what was her balance as of March 10th?
As of March 10th, it was $15,012.31.
And there was a deposit to her account of $9,900, correct?
That's correct.
That would have been a teller deposit in person?
That's correct.
And what date did that happen?
It states here March 16th.
And going back up to page 1, that would be the day after the withdrawal of $12,000 cash from Jesse's account, correct?
That's correct.
Is there anything significant that jumps out to you about the amount deposited here being $9,900?
There may have been a check in that amount.
And just from the perspective of investigating financial crimes, why would somebody deposit $9,900 as opposed to a $10,000 amount, the full $12,000?
Well, if it's under $10,000, it doesn't have to be reported.
So tell me more about what that means, what it means for a transaction to be reported.
Over $10,000, you need to report it to the IRS.
And when you say you need to report it, who does the reporting?
I believe the bank would do the reporting.
And what kind of information would they have to provide?
I believe they have to provide, I guess, where that money came from, why it was being deposited.
And that then becomes reportable for tax purposes, true?
True.
So somebody that wishes to deposit money without dealing with tax implications or questions as to where it came from would attempt to keep their transactions under $10,000, correct?
True.
Fair to say that we can't say for sure where this $9,900 deposit came from?
Oh yeah, I absolutely cannot tell you where that money came from.
And we absolutely cannot say for sure where that $12,000 withdrawal from Jesse's account went?
I absolutely cannot say where that money went.
But it is also fair to say that Lynn was added to Jesse's BMO account or Wells Fargo account on March 8th?
That's what the records indicate, yes.
And the deposit to the account was on March 12th of that year, correct?
The deposit in...
From the Marcus account to Jesse's Wells Fargo account.
Yeah, it lists here as the date, I guess it would be posted to that account, would have been March 12th.
Fair to say that the approval for the loan and disbursement might not have occurred on the same day?
Correct.
And I believe the Marcus records that we looked at yesterday said that March 8th was the date that the disbursement was approved. Is that true?
That's true.
So the same day the Marcus loan is approved, she's added to Lynn's account. Fair?
That's fair.
Several days later, 12,000 of that 30 are withdrawn. True?
True.
Looking at Jesse's account, no other source could have contributed to that 12,000 but the 30 that came in. Is that true? And let me actually rephrase that. If we go to, let's say, the 6th of March, which is just a couple lines above my highlighted line, what is the ending daily balance for Jesse's account?
It is negative $474.58.
And so we had a negative account balance. The only deposit coming into the account in that time period was this loan, correct? I'm sorry, there's a second one I'm now seeing, a $1,700 paycheck as well. So those two transactions, the $30,000 loan proceeds and one paycheck for $1,756.93, it looks like, on March 15th of that year, correct?
That's correct.
So the $12,000 had to be proceeds from the Goldman Sachs loan and or a portion of Jesse's paycheck, fair?
That's fair.
And just to reiterate, the $9,900 that was deposited, we cannot more particularly trace that money, but it was deposited in person. Are both those statements correct?
Yeah, it shows as a teller deposit, so it would have been deposited at the bank.
Okay. And we can stop publishing that. let's switch tasks a little bit and discuss late 2018. The months leading up to Lynn's death. Now, I'm gonna pull up two exhibits here again so that we can look at the records in late September. But as we previously established, her accounts remained below 30,000 through the entirety of the period from March through her death, correct?
Yeah.
And there were several transactions that you testified to yesterday, kind of at the end of August to the beginning of September, and then September at the time of her hospitalization through her death, true?
Yes.
And those were transactions you felt were suspicious for one reason or another?
Those were transactions, yes, that seemed irregular.
All right, bear with me for just a second while I pull these back up for us. I would now ask to publish those again. We're back to exhibits 98 and 117. We're on page 112 of exhibit 98 and 140 of page 117. I'm sorry, we'll actually start at page 139 of 117. So once those are up, we can get into them. And I'd ask that we can just publish these to the jury now as well, since they're the same ones we've been going through.
That's fine. Go ahead.
All right. Is that now up on your screen while we wait for the jury's screens to
Yes.
kick in? Perfect. All right. Now, these are statements that both begin in August and end in mid-September, fair?
Correct.
And,
For the record, what year?
oh, I'm sorry, for the record, 2018.
Thank you.
And at this point, can you give us the balances as of September 10th for both of the accounts?
The 7601 account, the ending balance of September 10th of 2018 was $15,667.30. The ending balance for the 5336 account as of September 19th of 2018 was $2,118.82.
So about 17,600, fair?
That's fair.
Between the two? And this was prior to Lynn entering the hospital?
The 5336 ends shortly after Lynn goes into the hospital.
And she entered the hospital the 15th of September 2018, true?
Correct.
And looking at the activity on the 5336 account for withdrawals and other debits, there is no activity in this time period after September 12th, correct? And I can scroll down for you if you need me to.
That's correct.
Okay. So prior to her entry into the hospital, all activity on this account stopped as of this particular month, right?
Correct.
Now I'm going to go down to the next one so we get the full picture. We're going to jump to page 142 of Exhibit 117. And 114 of Exhibit 98. And what are the ending dates for both of these statements?
For the 7601 account, the ending date is October 10th of 2018.
And for the 5336?
For the 5336, the ending date is October 19th of 2018.
So both of these cover the period of time that Lynn was in the hospital through her death, true?
True.
And if we look at the withdrawals and other debits in both of these, what is the first date that transactions begin happening?
The first date that transactions begin happening are September 21st.
That was about 6 days after Lynn entered the hospital.
Yeah.
And you've been present for the entirety of the trial, correct?
Correct.
And so you were here when we heard testimony from the medical examiner's office
Yes.
and went through various medical records of Lynn during this period?
Yes.
And I'm going to pull up another exhibit to show you here in a minute. Let's stop publishing the current ones, please. And if I could publish that, let's publish both to the witness and the jury. This is Exhibit 541. It was introduced by the defense several days ago during the testimony of the medical examiner's office.
Go ahead.
Is that up on your screen?
Yes.
All right, and you recognize this as the medical records, certified medical records that we discussed or that were discussed previously with the medical examiner, correct?
I know there were records that were provided, yes, to the medical examiner. I can't say I've ever reviewed them.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point to this document and this line of testimony based on a witness's lack of knowledge, and it's cumulative based on what the medical examiner already testified to.
Overruled. I don't have a question yet, so we'll see what they are.
I'm going to show you page 1. This is the certification of medical records. It's true that, or is it true that this set of records was provided by the state through subpoenas that were issued by investigators in this case?
I can't say I've ever seen the medical records other than sitting in court, but there is a certification on here. I can't say that these are the exact records. I don't know.
But you were here in court when these records were discussed and introduced, correct?
Correct.
You have no reason to believe these are anything but the records that we discussed and introduced in court previously?
I don't have a reason to believe that they aren't the same.
The exhibit's been received, and the jury can take notice of that. It was previously received.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm jumping ahead to page 517. Could we publish to the jury at this point?
Ask your question first.
My first question is, can you tell us the date and time of this record, the note in this record that I'm showing you?
I'm going to renew my objection that this is all cumulative to prior testimony.
Overruled.
This, it's notated, it says consults by Ann M. Thompson, 9/21/18 at 13:15.
So 9/21/18, the first date that we see some of these transactions occurring, fair?
Fair.
And I'm just scrolling here to get to the page that I want to discuss with you, since going up to the front made me lose it. Let me jump to it. All right. Now, just to reorient you, consults by Ann Thomas. This is the page before the one that we just looked at, correct?
Correct.
And this is still 9/21/18?
Yes.
All right. At this point, do you want me to continue?
For the record, you're on page 516 of the document. I just wanted to make a note of that.
At this point, I would ask to publish to the jury. I could continue asking if you would like more information as to where we're going.
No, go ahead. It's previously been received, so.
Okay. So you just testified several minutes ago, and this doesn't have to do with this document in particular, we'll let the screen come on, but that the transactions all began occurring on the 21st of September of 2018, correct?
That's how they're identified on the bank records, yes.
Okay. Now we'll wait for the jury's screens to come up, and it looks like it is up, so let's proceed. True that this would have been day 6 of Lynn's hospital stay?
Yes.
Now I want to jump down to the second to last paragraph on the page. Can you read that paragraph to us?
The second to last paragraph on this page.
I guess we're showing 2 pages, sorry. Second to last paragraph on page 516 of the record, which is 511 of the actual document for some reason.
Okay. Met with patient along with Mary Neubauer, LCSW. I introduced the role of palliative medicine and how we help patients and families dealing with serious, potentially life-limiting illnesses and help them to navigate their care in focusing on the whole person, providing emotional, social, and spiritual support, including symptom management, information sharing about what to expect from the illness itself, but available treatment options and what effect those options may have on the disease course, and provide effective communication and caring support.
Can you go ahead and read the paragraph following that?
What's that?
Can you go ahead and read the paragraph that follows that?
She right away seemed upset and talked about refusing to do GI recs, as she has had a colonoscopy in the past and they found nothing. And she is frustrated that she is having these issues for 5 years and she feels nothing has helped.
And what is palliative care, if you know?
From what I've learned in court, what palliative care is would be assistance. Like, I guess if you go to like a rehabilitation facility, it could consist of assisted living, it could consist of hospice. Obviously, that's my understanding from when I was here in court.
And in the first paragraph that you read, fair to say that they were discussing with her the scope of her medical issues, which included serious, potentially life-limiting illness-related symptoms. Is that true?
Yeah, Jack, that's a misstating of prior testimony and this document.
Overruled, he may answer, given his understanding and being in court throughout the testimony and his role in the investigation.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Fair to say, based on your understanding of this record, hospital workers were having a discussion with Lynn about what it looks like to receive palliative care based on having a potentially life-limiting illness.
Correct.
Thank you. We can take this exhibit down. Now, yesterday you discussed kind of a pretty broad shift in Lynn's financial behavior beginning September 21st of 2018, true?
I don't know if September 21st was the broad shift of all the financial changes. I know that summer, like June, July, August, I think we documented that there were changes.
Do you recall when the first use of an ATM to withdraw cash was in Lynn's accounts?
I believe that was in September when Lynn was in the hospital.
And fair to say, based on the two statements that we looked at for the 5336 and the money market account, there was no activity on the account until September 21st prior to her, or following her entry into the hospital, correct?
Correct.
So if there were ATM withdrawals for the first time in September of 2018, they had to occur on or after the 21st of September, true?
True.
So fair to say there was a radical shift in repeated ATM withdrawals over the course of several days, many happening on the same day, following the palliative care discussion that Lynn had with hospital staff.
I have no idea when those ATM withdrawals were done. They're indicated by their dates. I don't know how in correlation with that communication about palliative care, when those were necessarily withdrawn.
Fair to say for any of the transactions that occurred, let's say on September 22nd and onward until Lynn's death, those would have followed the discussion about palliative care that Lynn had, true?
Yes, they would have.
And we know from the record that she was upset about this discussion of palliative care and was refusing the recommended treatment options. True?
From what the medical records I just read stated, yes.
Okay. I'd like to shift gears a little bit and talk about kind of several, honestly, unrelated topics to kind of cover some ground that was discussed over the last several days that you had either involvement in the investigation of or were present for testimony on. Would you consider yourself having the role of lead detective for purposes of the financial aspects of the case?
I would consider myself, yes, as taking over the financial portion of this investigation.
Okay. You were present for Corinne Pose's testimony, correct?
Yes.
Now, one of the issues that you testified to yesterday was that Lynn had a safety deposit box for several years, correct?
Correct.
And that up until, I believe, October 4th of 2018, all of the access to it was just Lynn herself, correct?
Correct.
But on the 4th of October, the day after Lynn's death, there was an access to the box by both Jessy and Jennifer Flowers, true?
That's correct.
Through the course of your investigation, though, did you learn that the money that had previously been kept in the safety deposit box had been removed by Lynn?
I was unaware exactly how much money or whether money was in that account or in that safe deposit box. There had been communications that there was money. I was unable to ever, I guess, verify what money or what was actually in that box.
So you don't know that money was ever in that box, true?
I can say I honestly don't know.
Fair to say that there was testimony that approximately $50,000 was kept in that box. I believe it would have been by Corrine that you were present for.
Yes,
And as you investigated the financial aspects of this case, you testified yesterday, actually, that you reviewed all of the interviews that were done with Jessy and others by other detectives, true?
I have seen some of them. I can't say I've seen all of them, but yes.
My question for you then is, did you review the recorded interview done by Detective Hoppe of Corrine's interview by police in August of, I believe, 2019?
I can't say I recall that interview particularly.
Okay. We'll move on from that then, thank you. In your investigation of the financial aspects of this case, both relating to Lynn and then Jessy and Jennifer's accounts, you subpoenaed audio, video, and account information for each of the accounts, correct?
I believe, yes, that was all asked for in the subpoenas.
Fair to say that many of the responses indicated that due to retention policies, those weren't available,
That's true.
and only a handful were recovered from all of the different accounts?
That's true.
You also testified of your, I guess, understandings as to Lynn's receipt of income in her Locks by Lynn account.
Yes,
And there was one monthly source of income in particular that she got in that account, true?
that's true.
Was that source of income present from the earliest records you received, I believe, which would have been mid-2016 for that account?
I have to review the records. I know that there was an ongoing payment that she received.
And that was from the Social Security Administration?
Correct.
What is your belief as to what that income was from?
It was just identified as Social Security. That could be a retirement, that could be Social Security. I don't believe she was necessarily old enough, but it could be a disability, it could be anything, but she's getting some type of Social Security benefit from the government.
And as far as you're aware, there's only two ways you can receive money from Social Security, correct? Disability or reaching the
Correct.
age. And how old would she have been in 2016, if you recall?
I believe Lynn would have been 62.
And are you aware that that is too young to receive Social Security as a retirement benefit?
That's true.
Fair to say that this had to have come from Social Security disability?
Absolutely could have. Absolutely could be coming from disability.
And you don't otherwise have any information as to whether she was on disability or why, fair?
I do not.
Now, are you familiar at all with the financial rules surrounding receiving disability through Social Security?
I can't say I know them in detail. I do know some aspects in regards to disability.
Okay, so generally speaking, is it accurate for me to say that an individual receiving Social Security disability is subject to pretty specific income restrictions and asset restrictions?
Yes.
What happens if they go over those income limits or asset limits?
Like I said, I don't know necessarily the limits or how they decide on how much money someone is going to get, but I do know if there are certain, whatever the number is, that your disability or whatever benefit you're getting can be, I think they take it away or suspended or removed for that time. I don't know how that in detail works. I just know that there is formula that they use and numbers that they have in regards to how you would obtain that and maintain that.
So fair to say in summary, if you have too much money or make too much money, you can lose disability entirely?
Absolutely.
Fair to say that the IRS and Social Security share information about an individual's income as reported for taxes?
I would say that's fair to say.
And so an individual that is receiving disability might take measures were they to receive income over the limit to avoid having that income tax or reported as taxable to the IRS, true?
Yes?
Did it strike you as odd at all that the disability payments were coming to Lynn's business account at a separate bank than her personal checking accounts?
Just people have different banks. I figured that was probably the bank she had when she started that. I didn't really look into or notice necessarily why she had that account at that financial institution.
But fair to say that we established earlier, broadly speaking, that account always was $3,000 or less at any given time.
It was a low balance account, yes.
And that was an account, I believe, yesterday you testified, that was used kind of just for monthly expenses. I think there was a Time Warner and an AT&T bill, fair?
That's fair.
Okay, so if someone were looking at that account, they would see an energy payment, true?
True.
A phone bill,
True.
and probably a TV bill, since we know Lynn did not herself have internet to our knowledge.
True.
But other than that, the account was not heavily utilized, true?
That's true.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with various loans that Lynn attempted to obtain in early 2016 or 2018 prior to the Marcus loan, correct?
Various loans?
It might have actually only been one through, I think, BMO Harris. Is that fair?
There was documentation regarding a loan.
Okay. And to your knowledge, Lynn filled that loan application out herself?
As far as I know, yes.
And at that point, as far as you're aware, that loan was denied, true?
I don't know if I was ever able to determine if it was necessarily denied. I just know that the documentation wasn't easy to read. But I'm not sure if I remember seeing it actually saying it was denied. I don't believe I could ever attribute a payment from, so it was a BMO. I wasn't able to determine a payment from BMO.
So you didn't see any deposits from proceeds for a loan, nor payments to that loan that would indicate that she received it, true?
True.
I am gonna ask that we post this just to the witness first. It is what has been marked as Exhibit 566.
And when is a good time, since we're approaching 10 o'clock, let me know when it would be a good break to give the jury a break as well with your line of questioning.
You can just do it now, that's fine.
Okay. Since we're on a new exhibit, I think this will be a fine time to take a break, so all rise for the jury, please. All right, we'll be in recess until 10:15. I'll put the sidebars on the record when we come back. did. Oh, you're back on. Right. Did I have one or two sidebars? Oh, just one.
Me, you. A little at the end there, you got a little quicker. Not too bad. The head works.
All right, we are back on the record. Appearances are as they were before. I have one sidebar to put on the record. I believe it was the state that requested the sidebar during cross-exam, and specifically as it relates to Exhibit 600 and questions regarding it. And we had a little bit of a discussion at sidebar just about not only that exhibit, but whether the bank documents themselves should be used versus questioning with round numbers. I indicated I wasn't really going to dictate what parties could do, but we did have the exhibits available. I did confirm, though, that I was sustaining the objection as to Exhibit 600 due to the witness not creating it, nor having an opportunity to review it and compare with the actual records that he has. And ultimately, when we came back on the record, I think Attorney Nawrowski just continued with his questioning, started utilizing Exhibits 117 and 98, and did questioning on that. So I think I've accurately summarized. It was a little bit more lengthy of a sidebar, so if there's anything either party wants to add to that, please do so from the state.
Nothing from the state, thank you.
Nothing from us either, Your Honor, thanks.
All right, I think that was the only sidebar, so. I know the subpoenas came in. I had a very brief opportunity to look at them. What I can tell the defense is there's a couple of problems. One is I don't know that I have authority to sign it that quickly, or what the basis is with a turnaround date of would be 24 hours or so, or if you go to the end of the day, add, maybe 8 or 10 hours to that. But it also has the return to my clerk's email, which CCAP would absolutely not like if I did that. I don't think that's proper as well. And then third, why would the defense not simply just do a subpoena ducus tecum for a date next week for when you are presenting the defense? So I'm not saying I want you all to give me arguments right now. Those are just some of the concerns I saw off the top of my head. They'll at least give you an opportunity to look at it and maybe address some of those. I haven't even had an opportunity to read through the statute referenced in the subpoenas. I don't know the answer off the top of my head, but I believe both of these are brought pursuant to 80507, and I don't know whether there's any time frame referenced in that statute or not. That's certainly something I want to look at. But I can tell you I'm not going to sign something that has a return via email to my clerk's email address. That's very problematic. But we can take that up after the lunch hour so that both sides have an opportunity to more thoroughly review, okay?
Your Honor, we, at this point, are able to withdraw the one dealing with prison records. We were able to establish what we were looking for there without access to those, so I think we're good on that one.
Okay, so then we're only dealing with the one related to the Department of Health Services.
Correct.
Okay, good to know. All right, anything else I need to address prior to bringing the jury back out?
Not from the state.
Nothing from us.
All right, thank you. We'll bring the jury back out.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Attorney Navretsky, then, when you are ready, you may continue with your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Get this pulled up, and we can publish to the witness, please. All right, this is what has been marked as Exhibit 566. This is part of the authenticated business records from BMO Harris, correct?
That's correct.
And this would have been something that you reviewed in your preparation of this case and your demonstratives on the financial health of Lynn's accounts, true?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that there was a loan application that was hard to read. Is this your understanding of what that loan application was?
Yes.
Okay. I would ask at this point to publish to the jury and to admit 566 if I didn't already ask.
No objection.
Exhibit 566 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
All right, looks like the jury's got it on their screens at this point. So this is the best copy we have of this loan application, true?
That's correct.
When you reviewed this, were you able to make out parts of it despite its fuzziness?
Yes, there were parts that you can make out some things.
Okay, I'm gonna zoom in here just to try and give us a slightly better look at what we're looking here. So this was a loan that Lynn applied for, correct?
Correct.
And looking at what's circled there, I think it says base loan amount. This, I believe, was for approximately $15,000, true? Or $35,000, I'm told. Is that correct?
I can't say exactly what that number is.
If we go up to the first line there, the base loan amount, does that look like a $35,000 to you?
It possibly could be a 3. It's very difficult to read.
Understood. To your knowledge, she didn't get this loan, correct?
I couldn't find anything that I could attribute to a loan being deposited into the accounts that we had.
All right, I'm gonna breeze forward here. And bear with me, I know it's very difficult for us to actually discern. Now, at the top of page 4 of this exhibit, are you able to read the headings of those columns for us, or at least the ones you can make out?
I guess we'll start from left to right. Looks like an income source. Monthly equivalent. I can't read that next line, next box. Well, I guess the third box might be income type. I'd be guessing at the fourth box.
Let's jump forward just to that last box. I think the next two are kind of indecipherable.
That one, I believe, says income amount.
So that would be Lynn listing how much she was earning per month?
I assume that that would necessarily be what she's identifying as a monthly income.
And what amount is shown there, if you can tell?
Difficult to say. I can say maybe that's a 1, so maybe 1,251.
Okay, that's how I read it as well. How much was she receiving from her disability payments every month, do you recall?
I don't recall the exact amount. I believe checks, if I remember, I remembered some checks. I thought maybe around 800.
Yeah, and that is consistent with the documents we looked at yesterday. So fair to say on this application she was inflating her income by about 50%, if that's the 1251 number that we think it is?
I guess if that is the actual number that is listed there, and the checks that possibly she was inflating, yes. I can't say that that's the number, though.
All right, and we've got a couple other places where it's listed. This box down here that I'm showing you with the mouse, other income, again, that looks to me like 1251.35 maybe. Does that seem accurate?
It appears that first number may be a 1, and I do see possibly a 2 following that. The last 4 are difficult.
Fair to say that the boxes above that are all zeros, though, true?
I would say, yeah, those are zeros.
And from what I can tell, the first one is something employment income fair, that's listed as 0.
Something, yeah, employment income, I could say that, yes.
The next one appears to be overtime, also listed as 0. Same with bonuses, commissions, dividends or interest, and net rental income. Does that look right from your read?
Yeah.
And so the only income she claims is this other income, true?
Yes, it would appear that that's the only box that has anything in it.
And that's consistent with what you know of her employment status in 2016 when this was applied for, or 2018 when this was applied for, correct? She was not working?
As far as I know, no, she was not working.
And the only regular income would have been that disability payment?
Yes.
And if we look down here, describe other income. Can you read the white drop-down box there at the right?
The white box there says Social Security.
Okay, and the number before it in the box appears to be consistent with the number that we've consistently been unable to read accurately, but looks like it's something that starts with the 1,200, correct?
Yeah. There's definitely a 1, I believe, in the first number. It will be consistent with numbers we've somewhat been able to read throughout this document.
So we know if she's claiming 1,000 plus in Social Security income, that's not true, correct?
If I remember the Social Security payments, I believe her checks were less than that.
Thanks. Now I'm moving down to, and I'll scroll out a little bit to see if we can get a better image of this. Can you read that title right there?
I believe that says assets.
Okay, and this would be the part of the one where she lists the amount of money she has in her accounts, correct?
Correct.
Now looking at this, it looks like there are 2 accounts listed, true?
No,
Or 3, I'm sorry. There's one that is in the black box as well, isn't there?
there is.
Okay. Are you able to make out what that first account is, the account number? Or the last 4 of it, just so we can identify it?
The one that's, like, I guess in the bold box?
Yeah.
No. I can make an assumption, but I don't, I think there might be a 3-6 at the end?
Okay. And fair to say we can't really make out the amount in the account at
No.
that point either. Jumping to the next one. It looks like an account ending in 8707 or 9707, is that true?
That's fair.
No money listed in that account, correct?
That's what's listed on here, yes.
And the one that we can kind of make out is checking account ending in 7601, correct?
That's correct.
And that's her money market account, right?
Correct.
And what total is listed for that account?
That looks like $15,010, and I'm gonna say it's either a 71 cents or 21 cents.
And so I'm gonna pull up, give me a minute to find it again. And we can stop publishing it because I'll move this one over, just then confirm with the witness that we're looking at the right one. All right. Are you able to see this?
Yes.
And this is page 97 of Exhibit 98. Do you recognize this as part of the records that you reviewed?
Yes.
And at this point, I would ask that we publish to the jury.
Go ahead.
All right. It looks like the jury has it on their screens now. This is the account statement for the period ending, I believe, February 10th, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
This is for the 701 or 7601 checking, the money market account.
That's correct.
And this is the only account that was listed on this BMO loan application that we could more or less make out, true?
Yes, so we could see an actual amount, yes.
What is the ending balance as of February 10th, 2018?
As of February 10th, 2018, it indicates $15,011.73.
And I'm going to jump back to 566. And she listed a number that is 15,000 and something. It's not entirely clear what that is, but consistent with what her checking account balance was at the time that this was filled out?
That's correct.
Would that suggest that in March 2018, she knew how much was in her bank account?
I don't recall if those statements were in February. I think I can't remember the date on this loan, if this was a March or if we could make out the date of when this actually occurred.
And yeah, let's scroll back and try to find that out. Fair to say that if she were applying prior to March 10th, her most recent statement would be from the Exhibit 98, page 97, this account statement ending in February 10th, 2018?
If she were applying for a loan on March 10th?
Or prior to getting her next statement?
This would, yeah, I mean, she would have the statement after February 10th of 2018. So anything after February 10th of 2018, this was the statement that we would believe she would use.
Okay, let's jump back to Exhibit 566, page 8, and we're going to see if we can decipher this date here. Can you tell what that date is in the date sign that we've got circled?
The month looks like a 2. I honestly can't say what the day would be. Could you scroll out just a little bit?
Yep.
It very well could be 2018. February, I don't know the day. I can't make the day
Fair to
out.
say that it is sometime in the month of February 2018,
Yes,
and that Exhibit 98 would have encompassed all of the activity between January 10th and February 10th, but would not include necessarily February 10th to March 10th. Is that true?
that's true.
But if there was account activity that took place after this cutoff date, she still would not have received her March transaction statement.
That's true.
So sometime in February, were she to look up her account balance, this $15,000 amount listed on the loan application would have been what she saw, right?
Correct.
I'm going to scroll down on page 8 of Exhibit 566. Are you able to read what is circled here and the line actually above it that describes what the checkboxes mean?
Yeah. You want me to read it?
If you could, yes.
This application was taken by, and then there's 4, I guess, not drop downs, but I guess options. And it looks like the face-to-face checkbox is marked.
And above that it says to be completed by interviewer, so someone that worked at the bank would have filled this part out, correct?
The way it's written, yes, I would assume that someone from the bank would have had to do this.
And someone at the bank that was completing this loan face-to-face would have verified the identity of Lynn, true?
I would hope so.
Now, looking at this document, do you have any reason to believe that Lynn did not go and apply for this loan herself in person?
Looking at this document, no, I have no reason not to believe.
And just to reiterate, as far as we are aware, this loan was not paid out and likely then was not approved, true?
I couldn't find a payment from a loan, so I can't say.
And
But I
we
don't
have,
see anything in her accounts.
And we have the complete records from BMO on all of Lynn's accounts for this time period, regardless of the type, correct?
Correct.
So, safe to assume, had this loan been paid out and a new account created, we would have those records.
If this loan was paid out, yes. I can't say if it was denied, approved, and she decided not to. I can't say that, but it does appear that this loan was applied for.
Thank you. And we can take this down. And based on your understanding of the case, after this loan was either denied or declined, not paid out, Lynn applied for the Marcus loan.
That Lynn applied for that loan?
Correct.
The Marcus Goldman Sachs loan?
Correct.
No.
You can't say she did not apply for it, though, can you?
I believe, based upon the statements and the investigation, that Lynn did not apply for that loan.
that doesn't answer my question. You cannot say for certain that Lynn did not participate or approve or partake in the application process for that loan, true?
True.
And you cannot say for certain that at least $9,900 of the proceeds of that loan very likely could have originated from the proceeds of the Marcus loan, true?
I would have a hard time saying very likely, but I can't say that $9,900 cannot be attributed to the $30,000 loan.
And you have identified no other plausible source for that $9,900, correct?
I have not identified a source of where that money came from.
Okay. And fair to say that this loan was applied for sometime, it looked like, in mid to late February?
I would say the loan was applied for in February at some point, yes.
And we know that the Goldman Sachs loan was dispersed March 8th, 2018, correct?
Per the records, yes.
And we know also that it was applied for or prior to that by some number of days, true?
Correct.
So likely at most a few weeks passed between Lynn applying in person for this loan that was for whatever reason not paid out and the application in her name using false income information was applied to with Goldman Sachs, true?
That was a long question. Can you repeat it?
Right. So about 2 weeks passed between this loan being denied and the Goldman Sachs disbursement, true?
True.
Okay. And this loan and the Goldman Sachs loan both used false income information that inflated Lynn's income, correct?
The Goldman Sachs, yes, they both did. The Goldman Sachs was extremely inflated.
Yet the Goldman Sachs one was approved, true?
Absolutely was approved.
We can take that exhibit down, thank you. You testified yesterday that Lynn did not receive any food stamps requests to your knowledge, correct?
To my knowledge, she did not.
Did you specifically attempt to determine whether or not she did by subpoenaing records?
No.
And food stamps are typically now issued on a debit card that the recipient gets, correct?
That's correct.
And those transactions would not be reflected on someone's personal bank statements, true?
I don't believe they would be.
Okay. And in your preparation for this case, did you review any of the handwritten notes / documents that are depicted in the scene photographs at Lynn's house?
I would have seen, yes, some of the documents that were obtained, or at least from the scene photos.
Are you aware that several of those contain references to a Quest card?
I can't say that I recall that.
And as far as you're aware, no one's ever recovered a Quest card, true?
That's true.
But nobody would have been looking for one at the time. Is that also true?
No, there would have been no reason to look for a Quest card.
Thank you. When we're talking about kind of your investigation and approach to trying to verify kind of the flow of money, especially when it comes to cash being withdrawn and spent elsewhere after a check has come into Jesse's account, for example, what steps did you take to try to determine where the cash was spent?
Just by using the bank statements, the transaction statements.
So several of the checks that you discussed yesterday have memo notes in them that list things like a car payment or car repairs, true?
True.
Did you take any steps to try to verify whether Jesse ever made cash payments at a car repair place, for example, to try to trace that income?
I can't say that I checked into any cash transactions.
Fair to say that yesterday we went through numerous examples of checks from Cont Law Office, for example, that you testified that you don't see any transactions on Jesse's account that would correspond with that memo in the check.
That's true.
Did you ever try to subpoena or request records from Cont Law Office to determine whether Jesse had paid bills there using cash or, for example, a cashier's check, a money order?
No.
So the extent of your attempts to trace that money was to review the records that we had, see that cash was taken out, and then just kind of assume we don't have a way to follow up on that cash, correct?
That, so cash was withdrawn from, you mean Ms. Kurczewski's account?
Correct.
No, I used the transaction history, so money would go in, and then I'd see the money go out from the transaction history. I can't say if she did any cash withdrawals, if those cash withdrawals would have gone to any of the, I guess, the checks that were issued, to verify if some of those checks, if any of those monies would have been paid by cash to any of the, like the Cont office or any of the other things that were documented in those checks.
Okay, and that was something that you did not attempt to follow up on to determine, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Speaking of the memo lines of checks, fair to say that if someone were to give me a check, other than for like services rendered, the memo line doesn't dictate what I can do with that check as gift money, true?
Is it a gift?
If someone were to,
Why, if the check, I don't know if the check doesn't have anything written down, I don't know what the check is intended for.
if someone were to write me a check for whatever reason and they intend to give me $2,000 and think I'm going to use it on a car payment, am I limited to using that money to pay my car payment?
Depends if that's how you got the check, if that's how you obtained it.
And so that would require you to have facts that are outside of the purview of just looking at the financial records available to us, true?
I would have to talk to the person that issued the check.
So without talking to them, you would have no way to either confirm or dispel the notion, I guess, that it was a fraudulent transaction or procured in a way that was wrongful, right?
Without talking to the individual that issued the check, I'm unable to determine that.
Fair to say you could not and did not talk to Lynn about the memos on any of these checks, whether this money was being given to Jessy as a gift or elsewise, correct?
I did not speak to Lynn at all in regards to the checks that were issued out of her accounts.
So a lot of your opinions regarding whether transactions look suspicious are just kind of based on your gut feeling, having reviewed all the transactions and Lynn's patterns of life, as you put it, true?
My opinions were based off the transaction history in the accounts that I reviewed.
Okay, thank you. Now, I just want to clarify something we kind of touched on earlier today. Is it true that you do not know the exact amount that Lynn inherited from her mom after her mom's death?
That is true.
Also true that the records that we have as of June 2014 don't show those transactions coming in. They're already there, true?
That's true.
What is the basis for your belief or understanding that it was around $250,000?
That was the information that I had received when I started with the case. They believed that money was an inheritance from Lynn's mother or her parents.
Who did you receive that information from?
From other investigators in the case.
Okay, so that was just a number that someone at some point obtained or received or believed, and that was just kind of the basis of the assumptions made when reviewing the financials?
In regards to the money coming, it was where the money originated?
Just the amount of the inheritance?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Now, I want to pivot to kind of Lynn's patterns of life broadly in, I guess, the last year of her life, 2018.
Okay.
Repeatedly referenced yesterday was the fact that based on your review of the records, Lynn's activities were largely confined to the Waukesha County area, Pewaukee and Waukesha especially, true?
That's true.
But we do know that Lynn also enjoyed, for example, going out to lunch with Anthony. I believe Anthony testified to having met Lynn for lunch in West Allis in 2018. Is that true?
That's true.
So, knowing that Lynn primarily used cash, are we limited in how broadly we can make assumptions based on the kind of repeated transactions in her accounts as to like geographically where she was going?
The accounts, yeah, I can't determine where she spent cash. The accounts and the determinations of geological or geographical locations were based upon the transactions indicated in the account.
And so there's nothing that you have reviewed in the records that would make you think that Lynn did not frequent areas of Milwaukee or West Dallas, for example?
I can't say she did not.
Okay. Let's turn to kind of a completely unrelated issue from the financials, another area of the case that you were involved in and presumably have reviewed records on, handwriting samples.
Okay.
And so you're aware in this case that the defense wanted handwriting samples to be evaluated to determine the legitimacy of the handwritten wills and handwritten documents left by Lynn, true?
True.
True that Waukesha County's lab and the state crime lab are not qualified to carry out those services?
That's true.
And that the FBI had to be brought in to do that?
That's true.
And also true that the FBI essentially told us that in order for the FBI to do that, it had to be requested through law enforcement channels, and that they could not do it at the request of the defense alone.
That's true.
Now, did you become involved with procuring what were known confirmed handwriting samples of Lynn for the FBI?
Yes.
And that included requesting any handwritten documents from both Corinne and Anthony that Lynn would have written at some point?
Yes.
Did you ask them for all of the handwritten documents from Lynn that you had, or that they had, or specific ones? How did you go about that?
There were a lot of handwritten documents already in, I guess, in our possession at that point. But there were, I don't know if we necessarily said bring everything, or if you can just bring us some handwriting samples that you have with Lynn's original writing.
And the ones that were already in your possession, were those copies or originals?
Well, there were some copies, and I believe there were some originals.
Now, the FBI did their analysis, true?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review kind of the findings of that?
I didn't really go through the findings of it.
Are you aware that the FBI opined that additional confirmed handwriting?
calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, he's been testifying as to kind of collective knowledge he's gained from other officers' work about the investigation.
I presume you're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, but to determine what, if anything, this particular witness did with the information.
Correct.
With that understanding, he may answer the question.
And I don't plan to get into the details of what the conclusions were. Fair to say the FBI opined that having additional confirmed original as opposed to copies, handwritten samples from Lynn would have increased the accuracy of their analysis. True?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. So your involvement ended after you gathered the records originally, right?
We gathered the records, and then we ended up, I assisted in obtaining Ms. Kurczewski's handwriting exemplars.
Okay. But no follow-up after the FBI had done their analysis to attempt to obtain additional samples, true?
No.
And you were present, I believe 2 days ago now, when Anthony Posa testified that he had numerous samples of Lynn's writing still at his house?
I believe I heard him say that, yes.
And you don't recall whether you asked him for all samples or just some, so that's not inconsistent with what you believed you were getting?
No.
Okay. You mentioned that you assisted in obtaining handwriting samples from Jessy, right?
Correct.
Isn't it true that you had several, countless at that point, letters that were handwritten by Jessy to various players within kind of the investigation?
Yes.
Yet Jessy voluntarily provided several handwriting samples for you and for investigators, true?
It was a request for the FBI.
And several individuals were present for that, correct?
Yes.
And all of you were kind of sitting there watching, I assume?
Yeah, I believe I was the one that was reading, I guess, the excerpts of the letters that were requested, because they wanted certain sections to have Ms. Kurczewski, like me read them to her, she write them out. We did that multiple times.
Okay, so you were dictating what sections the FBI wanted samples of, true?
They were sections that were decided between defense and the state in regards to.
Okay, and several other people were just there to observe?
I I can't recall exactly who was there. I know I was there. I believe representatives from the state and then also representatives from defense.
So Jesse's writing out these handwriting samples essentially while several people just kind of stand and watch her, true?
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that. We can get into kind of the implications of that with another witness. But since you kind of handled that process, I wanted to get your input on it. And I would like to show you another exhibit that was introduced, I believe, early in the trial. It's a state's exhibit. And if we could publish this if it's not already. Is it on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, let me zoom in a little bit. This is marked as State's Exhibit 19. It was admitted while you were here observing trial, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now,
It's on the screen, but wait for the jury.
Oh, perfect. All right, we're good. We've got the jury screens up. I'm going to zoom in here and see what we've got. And this was a photo of Lynn's, I guess, personal papers and important financial documents, correct?
From what, yes.
Sorry. And
I defer that.
Thank you.
yeah. And there's reference in this to having received a denial letter, true?
That's what appeared, some sort of denial letter, yes.
And so that would have been consistent with receiving a denial letter from the loan that we discussed today, from BMO?
I have no idea if that's, would be associated with BMO.
A denial for some loan, though. Fair?
It says there's a denial letter, yes.
Okay. And if you go and read the handwritten text that's kind of underneath the denial letter, can you read through what that says?
Put through as regular loan with no corrections on new packet.
Okay, so fair to say that based on the note, this was a denial letter for a loan that she intended to reapply for with no corrections in it, true?
From what's written, yes, that's what's written on this envelope.
Thank you, we can take that down. Thank you. Sorry for the little delay there. That is all I have for you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Judge. Detective PIENNES, and can we bring up exhibits 98? Actually, I'm sorry, before we bring it up, I'd like to show exhibit 224 to just the witness, please. Detective, can you let me know when that pops up on your screen?
All right, it's on.
Do you know what we're looking at there?
Yes.
What is it?
This would be the signature card for the 9707 BMO Harris account for Lynn Hernan.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate and complete record of the accounts for, I'm sorry, the financial records for that account?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move exhibit 224 into evidence and ask to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 224 is received permission to publish is granted.
Now, Detective Plennis, it's been pointed out, and I know it's slowly popping up on the jury screen, so I'm not going to scroll through it yet. But to use our time wisely, this is an account you and I did not discuss, if we can believe that, yesterday.
That is true.
And do you recall why we did not address this with all the other financial accounts?
There wasn't much activity, and the activity was old.
Okay. And in fact, if we flip down, and I'm sorry, actually, on page 2, if we go to page 2, what is the first statement BMO Harris gave you, again, in response to your subpoena?
The first statement is June 23rd of 2014 through July 22nd of 2014.
But to be fair, if we look at almost all the way to the bottom of what's on your screen, do you see previous balance as of June 22nd, 2014?
Yes.
What is that total?
$182,360.86.
So fair to say this account went or existed previous to June 23rd of 2014?
I'm sorry.
Is it fair to say this account existed prior to this monthly statement?
Yes.
And yesterday you explained why you and law enforcement have to sort of narrow your subpoenas to a specific time frame, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This is the first monthly statement you received in this account, though.
Yes.
Okay, if we could flip down to page 12. I'm sorry, can we go down to page 13? I apologize. Do you see what this is, Detective Plennis?
Yes.
And what is this?
This would be a transfer or a deposit ticket of for monies.
Okay, and how much is that amount being transferred?
That's $181,815.58.
And if we switch to Exhibit 98 quickly, specifically page 10. And I'm sorry, if we scroll up to page 9. How did I get that wrong? Sorry, Mr. Vulcaneer, could you keep scrolling up to the October 2014? Page 3. Can you go to page 3, Mr. Vulcaneer? All right, Detective Plennis, on page 3, yesterday you noted that this money market account in Exhibit 98 was opened with 2 deposits.
Correct.
Does one of those deposits match the transfer you just talked about from Exhibit 224?
Yes.
Okay, so when Attorney Navreski was asking you about accounts being depleted and things like that, in early 2014, this money market account did not exist yet.
Correct.
Okay, so it wasn't as though Ms. Hernan just lost $100,000 or even $180,000. It was just transferred to start this money market account.
Correct.
So as of October 1st of 2014, that 9707 account in 224 no longer had any money.
Correct.
And from the records you got related to the 9707 account, did it ever have money put into it again?
No.
Okay. And you see the other deposit that opened up Exhibit 98, that money market account?
Yes.
And what is the amount there?
$68,184.42.
Could we please go to page 10 of Exhibit 117? Detective Plennis, on page 10, do you see a corresponding number of $68,000 some odd dollars?
Yes.
And where is that?
That is on October 1st in the 5336 BMO checking account.
Okay. And after that, does that appear to be the second deposit that starts the money market account?
Yes.
And even after that transfer or withdrawal, as it's called here, is made, what's the ending balance of that checking account?
As of October 19th of 2014?
Yes, sir.
The ending balance is $70,811.73.
Okay, so now that you've gotten to see the actual figures on these actual accounts, earlier it was brought up, did Ms. Hernan just sort of deplete her accounts? Would you agree or disagree with that, now having seen the numbers?
No. She moved money from one account.
I object and want a sidebar on this.
All right, hold on, please. I'm going to sustain the objection, strike the response that was started to be given, and ask the state to rephrase.
Detective, would you agree, at least as of October 2014, when that money market account is opened with the two deposits, it does not appear Ms. Hernan depleted any accounts at that point?
Correct.
Okay. And it was asked to go sort of to that March 2016 where you noted that money market is first touched, correct?
Correct.
And if we can go, and I forgot to write down the page number on 117 for the March 2016 balance. Well, I'm sorry, before we do that, while we're still up on page 10, Detective, after that $68,000 comes out of this account and goes to the money market account, do you see additional withdrawals?
Yes.
And what amounts do you have there?
There is a $9,000 withdrawal on October 10th and a $2,000 withdrawal on October 17th.
And again, before moving on, well, we're talking about account ending 5336. Did Ms. Hernan have like any independent income directly going into this account? What I mean by that is Social Security payments or paychecks or anything monthly that was automatically going into this account?
I don't believe so.
Okay, and yesterday you talked about a number of transfers from the money market account into this 5336 account, correct?
Correct.
Again, you were explaining about how money markets work. Why were these transfers coming into this checking account?
Money transfers from the 7601 into 5336 due to bill pay transaction limits on money market accounts.
And this is the account Ms. Hernan was paying her bills primarily through?
Yes.
Okay. Could we go to the page 58, please? Thank you. And this is where Attorney Navreski was asking you about this end balance of $20,111.69.
Yes.
Okay, so in this intervening 18 months, 17 months or so, between October of 2014 and March of 2016, approximately $50,000 has come out of this account.
Correct.
Okay. And you've been in court when both Anthony and Corrine Posa talked about this amount of money Lynn talked to them about?
Yes.
You recall what amount of money that was?
I believe it was around $50,000.
Okay. So, and you would agree that in addition to paying bills, Ms. Hernan was sort of taking cash withdrawals out of this account?
This account seemed to be an account she used to make purchases.
Okay. I want to go to Exhibit 541, shifting gears a little bit. Detective Plennis, you were asked to talk about some medical records today, and Attorney Navreski had you read a very specific portion of page 516. Can we scroll down that page a little bit? Not that far, I'm sorry. Okay, and can you just, in addition to what you read for Attorney Navreski, could you just read that top paragraph, reason for consult?
Patient has chronic abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. Unable to eat anything result in AKI with CR to 5. But workup so far, just all negative. She in tears a lot due to pain and looked distressed. Please help with symptom control.
And if you could, a few lines down where you see the number 6 with an F/U, could you read what that says, please?
Will sign off as no palliative needs.
So that's the palliative team indicating there are no palliative needs.
Correct.
And if we could go to 520 of that same exhibit, please. And if you could scroll all the way to the bottom, please, Mr. Vulcanier. All right, right there is great. Detective, can you read that last paragraph?
30 minutes total time with greater than 50% spent of counseling. We, the palliative care team, appreciate the opportunity to participate in the patient's care and will continue to follow. We have discussed out findings and recommendations with the referring provider and with the other team members.
So no life-limiting illnesses and basically a 30-minute time frame where palliative care was even discussed.
Correct.
And ultimately it was found not to be needed for Ms. Hernan.
Correct.
Okay, let's put that exhibit down, please. Can we bring up exhibit 566, please? And I would ask to publish it.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just wait for it to be on the jury screens because it is very hard to read. Thank you. Detective, you said you could not tell if this was an approved loan or denied or declined of some sort, right?
That's correct.
Do you see that box that's on the form in the middle of the page that's displayed on page 2 of Exhibit 566?
Yes.
If you see the sort of column of words, can you see the last 2 in the row of 5?
Yes.
Can you make out what those 2 lines say?
Is that the enable full product eligibility checking and allow product selection for denial only?
Okay, I think we're looking at different parts of the form. I'm looking in that box section on the right side in the middle of the page.
Okay.
Do you see that now?
Yep.
I'm sorry. Do you see the words to the left side of that box?
Yes.
Okay, the last 2 lines, can you make out what those words are?
Disbursement date and first payment date?
And does it appear to have dates written in next to those 2 words?
There's something in those boxes.
Okay. next to the words disbursement date and something about a payment date, correct?
Correct?
You can't make out what the date is by chance?
I can't.
Okay. You said earlier that you searched Miss Hernan's bank records for any amount from a loan, 15,000 or 35, whatever that number is. You searched for it, right?
Yes.
No loan of any amount from BMO Harris went into any of Miss Hernan's accounts.
Not that I could find.
And this was a face-to-face application, you said.
That's what it states.
I noticed BMO Harris did not give you anything about what ID was used.
No.
Could you even tell whether it be a state ID card as opposed to a driver's license or something like that?
Not that I could see.
Okay. And you've been in court to hear that Ms. Kurczewski, in fact, has used other people's identities in person to apply for loans.
Correct?
Okay. So when Attorney Navreski asked you, I think he said, based on this document, does it appear Lynn Hernan filled out this application, correct?
Correct?
I want to ask you, based on your entire investigation, do you have any reason to doubt Lynn Hernan made this application?
There is reason to doubt, yes.
Okay. We can take that down, thank you. Ultimately, Detective, and I am wrapping up, I promise. Regardless of whether it be Lynn's mother's inheritance or maybe even her father's or a different source of income that led to that $250,000, does that matter at all to your investigation of the theft of that money?
No.
Does anything the defense team brought up with you today change your opinion on these changes in pattern of Lynn Hernan's life?
No.
And what did those changes mean to you in your investigation?
The changes meant that Lynn wasn't using these accounts. This money was being taken from her accounts.
And earlier it was asked of you, typically you might ask a person who wrote out a check what they wanted or what they intended the check to be used for, correct?
Correct?
And obviously you were not able to do that in this case.
Correct?
Does that mean you can never determine if a victim consented to money being taken?
Correct?
So why did you look at all these financial records and why did you look at patterns of life if you knew you could never talk to Lynn Hernan and just say, hey, what did you want with these?
Because to identify where this money went, to see why it was being taken out, to see why it was being spent that way.
Okay. And in your review of all these changes and patterns of life, did you come to some opinion about what was going on with these financial accounts?
Yes?
And what was that?
That these accounts were being used by Jessy Kurczewski.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Detective, you may step down. Let me excuse the jury. I want to talk with the attorneys about our schedule and going forward and make a determination if we'll start with another witness or just simply break early for the lunch hour. So all rise for the jury. All right, thank you. Be seated. I do have a sidebar to put on the record as well. The sidebar was requested by Attorney Navreski regarding a question that was asked by the state during redirect. The defense believed that the question did not accurately relate back to answers the detective gave during cross, given the time frame that Attorney Nowreski was questioning. My understanding between 2014 and 2016, that being Attorney Nowreski's questions earlier on this topic, I indicated I was going to sustain the objection based upon the ambiguity in it and not referencing a specific time frame. So I didn't get to the ultimate issue that was raised by Attorney Nowreski, but and then ultimately the state, I guess, rephrased the question. I did strike the portion of the answer that was already given at the time the objection was made. Anything the state wants to add to the sidebar?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, now, I'm not sure where the state is at. Obviously, I've let the parties know I need to take an earlier lunch break today, and I did let the jury know that it's due to a schedule issue that I have over the lunch hour, so they're aware that I needed to stop at about 11:30, and I don't really want to start a witness with 10 minutes. So that's why I indicated I would talk to the parties. But I don't know who your next witness is, so I assume it's not a short witness, but let me know.
Go ahead.
No. It's not.
Judge, to give you that landscape, we have 3 more witnesses. I think they're all somewhat on the lengthier side.
All right. I presume there's no objection to starting a witness, knowing that I need to take the break in 10 minutes from the defense.
No objection.
All right. So we'll take our lunch break now. Unfortunately, I don't think I can get back until about 1:15, so you all will have an extended lunch hour, and we'll be back here. I'm hoping I'm back by 1:15, but be back here ready to go, and hopefully it's not any longer than that. So we are in recess. Thanks, everyone. afternoon, everyone. I will call State of Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczewski, 21 CF 885. Appearances are as they were this morning. And it is 1:14 and I'm back here, so that's excellent. Anything other than the subpoena issue that we need to address prior to bringing the jury out from the state,
No, Your Honor.
from the defense?
Just the subpoena issue, Your Honor.
Has the state had an opportunity to look at that?
To be honest, I don't believe any of us have looked at it. I didn't know if there were going to be corrections made based on the court's comments from this morning, but I can pull it up very quickly.
And we can change the return date to Monday or whenever as necessary.
Did you look at the statute? Is there a timing? I gotta find the statute up here.
I did not have an
Be
opportunity to do so.
8:05.
So right in sub 2, sub B requires 10 days notice for subpoena issued under 80507, including a subpoena ducis tecum.
I guess from our position, the best option would be to have that be the deadline and just ask pretty please if they could get it to us quicker. And if they do, excellent. If they can't, you know, we are where we're at on it. So.
Any comment from the state?
So I guess I have a few comments. One is still I didn't see an updated version, and I still see the return email as Your Honor's clerk, which I know the court pointed out would be a problem. I don't think under 805.07 this is in the exact prescribed form that is written as shall in 805.07. And I guess at the point we're at, even if these records come in on the 10th day after today, I guess I have questions, which maybe aren't properly addressed through the court, but how they would be admitted into evidence at this point with any witness that hasn't been provided to the state or things of that nature.
Well, I'm not going to deal with that hypothetical situation. I have a request before me to sign a subpoena. I mean, a subpoena ducis tecum can be issued by an attorney. So why am I being asked to sign this?
My understanding is that in criminal, we're much more limited in what we can get subpoenas through, especially with a state agency. So it was kind of we want to avoid any problems due to the tight turnaround time to have it come directly from the court.
And I guess I was referring to, you obviously could do a witness subpoena. Well, as I indicated earlier, it's not going to be returned to an email address because that's not appropriate. I don't even know the size of it. You're asking for an entire set of certified records from January 1 of 2016 through October 3 of 2018. So yeah, see you've limited it in time a bit, but it could be nothing, it could be voluminous, but in any event, it's not going to be returned to my email address or my clerk's email address. There is a 10-day limitation in the statutes.
Should be coming through with those updates. And again, as for the 10 days, it might be the case that they do not respond quick enough for it to be made, useful to us, but in the chance that they can respond quickly, we'll give them the full time they're due and hope for the best.
I mean, I don't have an issue if you have the appropriate 10-day deadline. I don't have an issue if they're returnable to me at the courthouse. I just want to look at one other provision. So I'd looked at this previously in a family case where an attorney had issued a third-party subpoena under the discovery, and it was fine that way, but they put some alternate language in. The way I read this statute very specifically, which is what I was refamiliarizing myself, unless there is agreement of all parties, it can't have an alternate form. I would like it to say, and I would hope you would all agree, but it's up to the individual parties, that allows them to send it electronically to either one or both email addresses, one for the defense, one for the state, and to allow that to be received electronically within a shorter time frame. Any objection to that? From the
So long
defense?
as it comes
I
with
mean, from the
a
state.
certificate of authenticity, I would not object to an electronic submission.
And any objection if it goes to the defense email address with an understanding that it's going to promptly be turned over to the state?
Correct. I was going to say, subject to our discovery demand that's on file, I don't object to that.
Is that agreeable to the state? I mean, agreeable to the defense?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, so put some language in there that says all parties agree that the information may be electronically delivered to insert an email address at your firm in lieu of personal production, and something to the effect of this: there's an ongoing trial and it's requested that this information be provided as soon as practical, early next week, or something to that effect.
Understood. We will get that typed up and resubmitted.
Then make sure you email a copy, because it's just, well, you should get it as a proposed order, but just in case, email it to the state. What I'd like to do is you all either send Teresa an email that says we all agree, court can sign it. She can literally slip me a note and I can sign it while we're sitting here, and that would be great, okay? And for the record, the state does not have any objection to the additional language about the timing of when these things can be produced electronically in lieu of a personal appearance.
Correct.
Okay, great. Then I think we are in compliance with the statute then. All right, then with that, we'll bring the jury out. You can call your next witness from the state. Yeah, that would be with my hand. It's all good. I had to put one to that yesterday. Visine at 144. Thought it was, but I wasn't sure. No, it was not.
All
143 and
all
145,
rise
yes.
for the jury.
What?
143 and 145, yes.
Right.
144, no.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Judge. State calls Detective FREDRICKS.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. If you could please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on our left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Brian, B-R-I-A-N, Fredericks, F-R-E-D-E-R-I-C-K-S.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Detective FREDRICKS, where do you work?
For the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department,
How long have you been there?
13 years.
Okay. What is your current role with the Sheriff's Department?
I'm a detective,
Okay. Is there any special unit that you're in?
not at this time.
Okay. Have you ever done work in the Sheriff's Department's forensic lab?
I have.
And what is that lab for?
That's a computer and phone forensics lab where we would examine cell phones and computer devices based on a investigator's needs.
When were you in that position?
I started in that position towards the end of 2012, and I remained there until spring of 2020.
Okay. Do you have some special training in order to perform duties in the lab?
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you also have all the law enforcement training required to be a certified law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Could you just briefly describe what some of that more specialty training is, maybe where it took place, what it was about?
Sure. I took computer forensics training at various locations. Digital Intelligence in New Berlin hosts various schools on computer forensics. They also hosted a 5-day phone forensics class that I attended, and that was based on Celebrite phone forensic software. I'd attended additional training down in Alabama at the National Computer Forensics Institute, also on computer and phone-related forensics.
Okay. When you were working within the lab at the Sheriff's Department, how many detectives were in there doing that type of work?
Generally, it was myself and one other detective.
Okay. Where does the Sheriff's Department get devices in terms of what you're required to download in the lab?
So investigators, detectives, or officers, deputies will bring in devices from their investigations, either by way of a search warrant or consent from the owner of the vehicle, of the device.
Okay. Is your lab at the Sheriff's Department limited to submissions from Sheriff's Department personnel?
No.
Could you explain that, please?
Yes, we have. We work with a lot of agencies in and around Waukesha County that don't have dedicated and trained phone and computer forensic training, so they rely on the Sheriff's Department to assist with those investigations.
When you were in the lab, did you carry a caseload of criminal investigations as well?
No.
Why not?
My focus and my specialty was in computer and phone forensics, and there is so much in the way of devices coming in for examinations that there really isn't any time for casework per se.
Okay. So when a device is given to you, how do you know what to do with it?
The investigator will bring it in and explain to myself or the other detective assigned to that position the nature of the case and whether it's a search warrant or a consent search, and specifically what they're looking for from that device.
On July 9th of 2018, did you take part in a search warrant?
I did.
Were there devices recovered during that search warrant?
Yes, there were.
Was one of those devices a cell phone?
Yes.
And did you learn that that phone belonged to a Scott Craig?
I did.
Were you asked to analyze that in the lab?
Yes.
I'd like to show just the witness exhibit 169, please. And detective, let me know when that's on the screen before you.
It is up.
And if we scroll to page 2 of exhibit 169. Detective, is that a 2-page exhibit?
It appears so, yes.
What is it?
This looks like a Celebrite report from a full extraction.
Looking specifically at page 2, can you tell what device was downloaded?
Yes, this is Scott's iPhone.
Okay. Do you know who conducted the download of that device?
That would have been me.
Okay. Does exhibit 169 appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the first 2 pages of that download?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd move exhibit 169 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 169 is receive permission to publish granted.
Okay, so, sorry, detective, I'm just waiting to make sure that the jury has that image in their box. Again, this is exhibit 169, is that right?
That is correct.
Is this the way that most extraction reports begin if they're created in your department?
That's how they were when this report was created.
Fair. If we go to page 2 and we zoom in on the top summary piece, does this page tell you when you created the report?
Yes, it does.
And if we could zoom in a little more up to the top of this page, please. Could we unpublish for a moment? Thank you. We should be good. We're all set. Okay. Detective, does this summary area indicate when this report was created?
Yes, it does.
And what is that date?
The report creation time shows July 22nd of 2019.
And then a couple boxes down, is that your name, Detective Brian FREDRICKS?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the bottom row of that box, there's notes in that. What does that say?
It states Scott Craig's iPhone and Detective Hoppe.
Do you know why Detective Hoppe's name is on there?
Because he was the detective assigned as the lead investigator.
Okay. I'd like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 170. It's a CD, and I'm going to hand this to you, Detective, and I'd like to ask if you recognize what it is.
I do recognize this.
What is it?
That is a disc that has our incident report number on it, and it also indicates that it is Scott Craig's Apple phone containing a Celebrite report.
The same report that begins on Exhibit 169?
Correct.
Okay. Have you actually looked on that physical CD to make sure that that's what's on there?
I have, yes.
Are your initials on there for that reason?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll take 170 back from you. I will move 170 170 in the evidence, ask for permission to publish.
We'll check this point. We have 3 sidebars.
All right, continue, please.
I would
And
move-
170 is received.
Thank you.
And permission to publish is granted.
Now, Detective, in terms of, all the jury can see in my hand here is a CD, right?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that there's a lot of files on here from the download you did?
Yes,
Is it only from the one phone that they're looking at, described on Exhibit 169?
that's correct.
So would it be fair to say that Exhibit 169 and 170 go together? This is essentially the first piece of what's on here?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna just paperclip these together and set them up here. Now, if you could explain to the jury generally the process that you used to download this phone, and we can take the publish down.
So when a phone is received, one of the first things that is done is we put it into airplane mode, which prevents a couple things. It prevents the phone from ringing or receiving text messages. And we set the phone settings within the phone up so that it'll communicate with the software on the forensic phone computer, and we'll essentially trust that computer so that it will extract the data from it to our phone PC.
During this process, are you able to alter data on the device through your software?
Yes and no.
Okay.
The phone is altered in that it will show that it was connected to our device for that extraction. It doesn't alter or change any of the user's data. It doesn't manipulate timestamps or things like that.
Is that very important in the work that you did within the lab?
Yes,
Why?
because we want to work just based off the information and not adjusting or not touching files on the phone itself and changing access dates or times.
Okay. Now I'd like to show just the witness exhibit 167, please. And detective, let me know when that's up in front of you.
I have it.
Okay. Is that also a 2-page exhibit?
It is.
And going to page 2, does the second page show, give you some information about what exhibit 167 is?
It does, yes.
And do you recognize these 2 pages in exhibit 167?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
This would be another Celebrate extraction report.
Do you know whose phone this was for?
I do. The case name has our incident report number with an underscore, and then it says Jesse's LG K540.
Okay. Does this look like a fair and accurate copy of the first 2 pages of the report you generated for this phone?
Yes, it does.
I'd move Exhibit 167 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
167 is received, permission to publish granted.
And if we can flip back up to page 1, please. Detective, is this, again, that familiar face sheet that you saw on the previous exhibit?
Yes, it is.
So going to page 2, and again, if we could zoom in on the summary piece of it. Detective, could you tell the jury when you created this report?
Yes, this report was created July 16th, 2019.
Similarly with this report, is Detective Hoppe referenced?
He is.
And you indicated, could you circle there where you read the device or the case name? Okay. We can take that down, thank you. I'd like to show you 168, which is another CD. And I'll ask you to recognize that disc.
Yes, I do.
Have you ever seen that actual CD before?
Yes, I have.
How do you know?
Because my initials are on the front of the disc.
Okay, what is contained on that disc?
That would be the phone download from Jesse's LG phone.
Have you looked at the download on that CD?
Yes, I have.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the extraction you did in this case on Ms. Kurczewski's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'd move Exhibit 168 into evidence. Well, I'll just move it at this point.
No objection.
Exhibit 168 is received.
Thank you, Detective. So again, similarly with the first set we did, would it be fair to say that Exhibits 167 and 168, they go together?
That is correct.
So is Exhibit 167 just the first 2 pages of what's on this disc?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to put these together and set these up here. Detective, I just have a couple other questions for you. It sounds like you've got, you talked about your training and you were in the lab for several years working on these kinds of devices, is that correct?
That is correct.
When someone uses a cell phone to make a call, generally the person receiving the call sees the phone number associated with that device, right?
That is correct.
Through your training and experience, do you know whether it would be possible for someone to make and receive calls on a device but have it display a different phone number than that associated with the actual device?
Yes, that is possible.
Could you just talk about that generally, please?
There's different applications or apps that you can install on your cell phone that will give you a different number than what your, say, your Verizon or AT&T actual phone number is.
So how does the original phone number from your provider still exist on that device?
Yes, it does.
But the person could also use a different number on the same device?
That's also correct, yes.
Would it be possible to use multiple different phone numbers from one device?
Yes.
Have you seen that before in phones that you've downloaded?
Yes, I have.
That's all I have, thank you.
Any cross?
No, Your Honor, I don't have any cross.
All right, thank you. Detective, you may step down. All right, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. State would call Detective Schroeder.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is all the way to the front, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on our left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
First name David, D-A-V-I-D. Last name Schroeder, S-C-H-R-O-E-D-E-R.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Schroeder, where do you work?
I'm employed as a detective with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Office.
What are your current duties with the Sheriff's Department?
I'm assigned to our computer forensics lab. My primary responsibility there is to identify, acquire, process, analyze, and report on electronically stored data. That would be to collect digital data from cell phones, hard drives, computers, and then analyze that data. Along with that, I am assigned to analyze historical cell site location information.
Okay. Did you ever work with Detective FREDRICKS in the lab at the county?
I did not. I actually took his position when he left our lab.
Okay, so when did you start in the lab?
I was promoted December of 2019. It would have been within a couple months of that.
Okay. So when you started with the Sheriff's Department, how long ago was that?
I was hired as a deputy in December of 2014 and then promoted in December of 2019.
Okay. When you got promoted, did you have the opportunity to attend some specialized training to work in the lab?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you just give the jury a little bit of background about what kind of training that was?
For the historical cell site location information, that training, I've attended cellular record analysis training through the National White Collar Crime Center. I've also attended cellular record technology and analysis training through ABM Intel, which is a third-party training company for CellHawk. CellHawk is software that assists in analyzing these records. In terms of the digital forensics, I've attended several vendor-neutral training sites. Vendor-neutral would mean it's not specific to a software. So the majority of my training there would be at the National Computer Forensics Institute. That is a Secret Service facility down in Alabama. As part of that training, I've taken a certification to become a certified forensic computer examiner through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. And then I also hold several certifications in vendor-specific software, which would be software we use, such as Cellebrite, Axiom, and GrayKey.
When you do work on a case within the lab, does that investigation become yours at that point?
No, ma'am.
What happens?
I typically am in an assisting role. A detective could bring me a cell phone and say, hey, I'm just looking for you to extract the data, and then they would analyze it. Or here's some cell phone records. I need you to map these in CellHawk. Sometimes they request I analyze those records. Other times they prefer to do the analysis on their own. So it's really whatever the request of the assigned or lead investigator is what I do.
Okay. The jury just heard testimony from Detective FREDRICKS about these two sets of exhibits. They're cell phone downloads. So are you able to create reports like this if a detective gave you a cell phone to download?
Correct.
Okay. Is this type of information different from historical cell site location information?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it different?
Hold on, before you answer, just for the record, when you were holding up and saying this, you were holding onto the two-page documents 167 and 169. Thank you. Go ahead, you may answer.
So the information that we would extract from the cell phone would be data on that physical device. That could include location information, but it would also be your text messages, your calls, and anything that's stored locally on the physical device. The cell records, or the historical cell site analysis, is conducted on records that are acquired from your provider. So if you use an AT&T cell phone, it's tracking, I guess, general locations based on the network, and we would acquire that information from AT&T themselves, not from the physical device.
And we'll talk about this more later, but do you know why cell providers collect that kind of information?
My understanding is it's for network performance and reliability. They're tracking that information to see maybe you're driving through an area and your call drops and everybody gets frustrated. If they can catch on to that, well, then they'll build another tower in that area. So my understanding is they're doing it to track different usage on different towers throughout their network.
Is law enforcement able to call and ask for those kind of records whenever they want and get information about anyone's cell phone?
It would require a legal process.
Okay, what does that mean?
Typically, a subpoena would be drafted to the provider, so AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, whoever it may be. And it would be a subpoena for records for a specific phone number.
Does there have to be some acknowledgement from a judicial official that it's an appropriate request?
Yes, a judge would review the subpoena or the warrant for record.
Okay. At that point, are those providers generally cooperative in responding to those requests?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is AT&T one of those providers?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to please display to the witness Exhibit 171. And Detective Schroeder, have you seen letters like this before?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
It's a certificate of authenticity or a certification regarding the records that were obtained. This one is from AT&T.
Is it important in your work to have a certification from that provider?
Yes.
Why?
They're essentially certifying that their records are accurate and it's whatever information they have in response to our request.
Okay. Does Exhibit 171 appear to be in a response to a request to AT&T?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And I'd like to show you Exhibit 172, which is another physical CD. And ask you if you've actually seen that specific CD before.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know you've seen that disc before?
I have signed my initials on it.
Okay. So do you know what files are on there?
Yes, this would be the response from AT&T for cellular records.
Okay. The records relevant to this case?
Yes.
Okay. Looking back at Exhibit 171 that's before you, would this document be something that's also on the CD that you initialed?
I don't recall specifically if it's on there, but typically it would be included with the records, yes.
Okay. The files on that CD, are they voluminous?
I'm sorry, could you use another word?
Sure. Are there a lot of files on that CD?
Defining a lot, there's probably 10 or 15 maybe on here.
In terms of if I wanted to print in paper everything on that CD, would it be hundreds and hundreds of pages?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Okay. So generally in your experience, when a provider responds to a request, do they include a certification for the records they're giving over?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that generally all contained in one response?
Yeah, it's typically, and I can't recall specifically for AT&T, but it's typically like a zipped folder that would come and we can download that in an online portal, and then we would unzip or unarchive the records and see those.
Okay. Have you used the records on Exhibit 172 before?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you use those records?
Detective Hoppe brought these records to me, I believe it was around August of 2022, and requested that I do some, display some maps for like specific dates and timeframes from these records.
So did you actually ask AT&T for those?
I did not.
Okay. Who gave those to you?
Detective Hoppe.
Okay. At this point, I'd move Exhibits 171 and 172 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibits 171 and 172 are received.
So again, Detective, I want you to hold that Exhibit 172 up, please, and remind the jury, where is the information on that CD from?
This would be from AT&T.
Okay. In terms of what you were asked to do with that information, could you just generally tell the jury?
Yeah, so within the number of files that are on the CD is, for AT&T, it's called a Report AU file. That file, it's a PDF. I don't know how many pages, but at least hundreds of pages of PDFs that has individual network transactions. So every call that was made on the network, incoming calls that were answered or weren't answered, data usage, incoming and outgoing text messages. and it's all just about network transactions. It's not any content. So for your text messages, I may see a text was sent. I am not able to see what that text said with these records. In there is historical cell site location information, which would provide coordinates for the tower that was used to complete that transaction, along with sector information, which tells you which direction off the tower that signal was coming in. Somebody could go through the hundreds or maybe thousands of pages and map each individual record by hand. We have CellHawk, which is software that maps all of these very quickly, and then we can go in and analyze them and typically verify any specific points of interest to make sure that our software worked appropriately and read the correct data.
Were you able to compile some information requested by Detective Hoppe in this case?
Yes,
Is that in the form of those maps that you just talked about?
correct.
Okay. I'd like to show the witness only, please, 173, and Detective, let me know when it's before you.
I can see it.
Okay. And if we can slowly scroll through the slides, please. Detective, do you recognize Exhibit 173?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a PowerPoint presentation that I created. The first several slides are basic information regarding cell towers, similar to how I just explained. Then they're followed by several slides that are specific screenshots of a map that will show records specific to the request from Detective Hoppe. There's then a demonstration of an animation of those records that is not relevant to this case, but it presents a demonstration of what they're going to see. And then the last slide would be a full animation of a cell phone being, I guess, moving throughout the day.
Okay. Does it look like a fair and accurate copy of the report, so to say, that you created in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd move Exhibit 173 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 173 is received permission to publish as granted.
And Detective, what's that number on the top of slide 1?
That would be the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department incident report number specific to this incident.
Okay. And then both your name and Detective Hoppe's name is on the front page, is that true?
Correct.
Okay, so if we can please go to slide 2. You've included some information. Is this information that you've used before in your professional capacity?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say sometimes it's hard to understand these things?
I would definitely agree with that.
Okay, so I'd like you to please walk the jury through some of the basic things that it's important for them to understand before we look at any maps, please.
Okay, so a cell phone is a radio. It uses radio frequencies to communicate with towers on the network. If your cell phone's on and you're moving or you're sitting here and it's on, it's constantly scanning the network looking for towers available to it, so that the second you decide to pick that device up and make a phone call, it already has that in queue and it's ready to know which tower it should provide you with. It doesn't pick, generally, it doesn't always pick the closest tower, but it's basing its selection on the best signal and quality available to it at that time. Normally that is the closest tower to you, but again, it's going off of signal strength and quality. There's several factors that play into that. The biggest two are going to be geographical obstructions or man-made obstructions. If there's a cell tower, say on the side of a building, it's mounted on the side of a building, that would obviously cause an obstruction going through the building, or a large mountain. A cell tower might have issues getting the radio waves around that tower. So it's not always necessarily the closest tower to you, but it's going to be the one with the best signal at the time the network transaction is made.
Okay. Slide 3, please.
So cell sites, as I just kind of said, they can be anywhere. Some of you, actually most of you, have probably seen them driving around, whether or not you knew what they were. A typical cell site is going to have 3 sectors to it. Each sector covers 120 or approximately 120 degrees, giving that tower full 360-degree coverage. It's important to know that each tower is unique with an identifier that number is not used anywhere. So an AT&T tower, each individual AT&T tower will have its own unique number to identify that tower and its location.
Can you get information about tower numbers from the provider, like AT&T?
Yes, we can request a cell site list. AT&T has location information in their call detail record or in these records. Some carriers don't provide that. They just give the tower identifier. We would have to reference a cell site list then to identify which tower or the tower's location and then use the records to show where that is.
Okay, thank you. Slide 4, please. We were looking at a couple images on here. What's the one on the left?
So the one on the left is, I guess, a tower in full. You can see the equipment structure at the bottom, full of, I guess, cell phone tower equipment. I'm not an engineer for these towers, but there's equipment in there helping run the tower. The picture on the right shows those sectors that I was talking about. That specific tower has 4 antennas on each side. Those 4 antennas where, I guess, the gray area is, the gray arrow is pointing to, that would be one sector. So those 4 antennas are all one sector. And then you can kind of see with the triangle there that there's 3 sectors. Each of those would cover approximately 120 degrees.
Okay, thank you. Going to slide 5. What's the jury looking at here?
So this is a screenshot from CellHawk. This is, I guess, what the records look like when we put them into the software. It's typically not going to have all 3 of those areas shaded, but if we had a record that indicated sector 1 was used, just that top right area would be shaded with the 60-degree mark there, indicating that the cell tower or the cell phone used, if north is up, we'll say it used the northeast third of that tower to complete that transaction.
And what kind of transaction would that be?
Again, it could be a call, a text, it could be data usage, anything being tracked by the network.
Okay. And the center point of that, those 3 lines
Yep.
then, what would be located in the very middle of the circle?
That would be the cell tower that we just saw on the last page or something. That would be the location of the tower itself. It wouldn't necessarily look like what we saw on the last page, but it could look like that.
Okay. And again, is slide 5 something specific to the Jessy Kurczewski case?
No, this is just demonstrative.
Okay. Moving to slide 6, please. What's the jury looking at here?
This is very important. The shaded area that I had just talked about, that has nothing to do with the range of the tower. That shaded area is by default a half mile. And CellHawk puts that arc in there, I guess to make it easier on your eyes visually to see which direction the sector was facing. But again, that has absolutely nothing to do with the range or the radio frequency coming from that tower. And then it just kind of also shows that arrow coming out would be what's known as the azimuth. That would be the center point for the sector. So if the record indicates it's got an azimuth of 0 degrees, which would be due north, I guess that sector would go straight up, but it would cover anywhere from, I guess, 300 degrees on the compass to 60 degrees, being that 120 degrees.
Okay, Detective, I have a question. So if I put an X inside the red piece and outside the red piece, which is in white and you can't really see it, can call detail records tell you whether someone that makes a call is on inside the red piece versus outside the red piece?
No, ma'am.
Okay, is that kind of exactly what you were just talking about?
Correct. Again, the shading has nothing to do with where the device is located or the range of that tower. It's just to make it easier on your eyes to see which sector was used.
Okay, and we can clear that. I'll be lime green if we need to do that again, so. Moving to slide 7, please. Now this is, that the data in the middle white box seems like a lot of numbers. What is that?
The report AU file that I talked about on this disk, this would be a screenshot of that information. So I guess working briefly left to right here, each individual line on there or item number is a record. You got a connection date, a connection time. The connection time here in that entire file is in UTC time. That is Coordinated Universal Time or Greenwich Mean Time. We would have to offset to Central Standard Time when we analyze these records. The seizure time would be how long, if I dial a phone number, that brief time that it takes to make the connection to the network would be your seizure time. The ET, which would be the elapsed time, is the duration of the transaction. The originating number is going to be the party that initiated the transaction on the network, or the phone number that initiated the transaction on the network. Down towards the bottom there, you'll see some records have 2 entries. Item number 4 there, the second entry is followed by an F, as in Frank, in parentheses. That would essentially mean that the top number, ending in 5792, called the terminating number, ending in 1039. However, that call was forwarded to the number below the 5792. That 9998 number is likely the voicemail line for AT&T. So any call that gets routed to voicemail, that's the number that would show on this record. The terminating number is, again, the called number or the receiving end of that transaction. IMEI is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier for the device. It's essentially a serial number for the device being used. The IMSI is the International Mobile Subscriber Identity. Again, another unique identifier to the device. Following that is CT, or call type. I put a couple examples there. There's more than that, but MO would be mobile originating, MT, mobile terminating, etc., which would indicate whether it's an outgoing call or an incoming call. I don't have a box for the feature. There's a lot of different feature codes that could go in there. It's tracking things such as voicemail, whether or not caller identification was present or if the call was blocked, things like that. And then the last column is essentially what we use for our analysis of these records. The first 2, lines there separated by the slash are specific to the provider. That's the LAC, which is the location area code, and then the CID, which is the cellular identity. Those are, for the network to track. It's specific to the network to track the tower or what tower it is. Following those, you'll see that there's coordinates, the -88, and looking in the top line, -88.05, etc., and then a colon, and then 43 dot, etc. That would be your latitude and longitude of the tower. The following colon there is going to be the sector information, or the azimuth. So in that top record, following the coordinates is the 120, or the number 120. That indicates that the azimuth, or the center point for the sector used, is at 120 degrees on the compass. So if you laid a compass flat with 0 degrees being due north and go around to 120 degrees, that is the way that sector is facing. Followed by some other information, which we don't use except for the last one, which is the time on tower. Some calls may use more than one tower. If you're driving down a freeway, a call could use 5 or 6 towers as you go along that freeway or on that call. In that case, you would see several entries in that last column for one transaction, and that last spot would tell you how long they were on each individual tower during that call.
So this piece in white is similar to what's on the CD 172 of records?
That's actually a screenshot that I took from these records.
Okay, so read that first originating number for us, please.
1414-514-1039.
And if I told you the jury has already heard that that number belongs to Jessy Kurczewski, is that name familiar to you based on the work you did in this case?
Yes, Detective Hoppe identified these as Jessy K's records to me.
Okay, so if you open the files on Exhibit 172, would it be pages and pages of this type of information?
At least that report AU file would be. The other files may contain subscriber information and other information, billing records, that type of information.
Could Detective Fredericks have gotten all that information from State's Exhibit 168, which is a cell phone download?
No, ma'am.
So that isn't contained on someone's phone as you're walking around with it?
Correct.
Okay. If we can go to the next slide, please, slide 8. Now, at slide 8, Detective, do we start getting into a more case-specific?
Correct.
Okay. And how did you know what date and time you wanted to display in slide 8?
Detective HOPPE provided me with dates and times that he was looking to display the records in.
Now, were you an active member of the investigative team for this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so if I wanted to talk to you about what happened on August 21st of 2018 between 7:45 and 8 a.m. in this case, what would you say?
I don't know.
Okay. Could you please go through what the jury is seeing that you mapped, nonetheless?
Yes, so the next several slides are going to look similar to this. But on the top left, I have the date, August 21st, 2018. The time frame being displayed is 0745 to 0800 hours. That would be 7:45 a.m., excuse me, to 8 a.m. And I did convert this to Central Standard Time. On the top right, or I guess the top side of the right, is the phone number that I have, or that I'm targeting here, which is the number ending in 1039. In a list of all activity from the call detail records during that time frame I queried. There's two icons there. I think you'll see the third one eventually, but the globe or the circle looking icon would be a data event. So they're using data on the phone or on the cellular network. The one that looks like a telephone would be their incoming or outgoing call. And then towards the bottom, that last one with the telephone, you see there's what's called a first and a last on there. That would be what I talked about earlier, where there were more than one tower used. So it'll track each individual tower used for that network transaction. When I went through and I reviewed all of those points and confirmed that they are in fact using that tower, which you're seeing on the screenshot of the map there. And they all use the same tower, however, they're using two different sectors. So some of those transactions are using that sector facing due north, or it could be a little offset. I don't know the specific degrees on that. And then the other calls or transactions are using that sector kind of facing southeast. The blue pin on the map, which reads Jesse K's residence, is the address that Detective HOPPE provided me for Jesse K. As I was going through the different transactions that happened in this specific time frame, I noted that CellHawk read an error on one of the calls. So on the bottom right, there are two different, I guess, detailed boxes regarding two calls that are made. At the very bottom of those boxes is the calling number and the called number. Those would coincide with the originating and terminating number that I had just talked about. And you'll see on the right side there that the calling number and the called number are the same. That was an error in the CellHawk software. And at the bottom left, that's a clip of that phone call or that transaction from the actual records. And you can see there that the originating number ends in 1039. The terminating number ends in 9702. Under the originating number is the 9702 number, and there's a notation on there with a D as in David. What that means is that's the number actually dialed by the originating number. I don't know the significance of it other than it begins with it begins with 011, which is typically dialed before international calls. So I'm not sure why that was dialed. However, it affected the CellHawk software and it read that the calling number and the called number were the exact same.
So when you talked about the gray box right above the slide number 8, and that data that's put in there, did you type all of that in yourself? How did that get there?
No, that is Cellhawk reading the data from the raw files that are on this CD.
So is Cellhawk a software that you can have on a computer, for example?
Yeah, it's web-based.
So then, in this case, did you import all the records from Exhibit 172 into that software?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're saying when it was reading that, it actually made an error that you caught?
Correct.
Okay. Moving to slide 9. And Detective, if you could please explain to the jury what this is a map of.
Similar to the last slide, this is from August 27th, 2018. The time frame being displayed is 1400 to 1430 hours Central Time. That would be 2 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. Along the right-hand side, the activity for the phone number ending in 1039 is listed. And now you're seeing that third symbol at the very bottom. There's 2 text message entries as well that occurred during this time frame. All of the location information for those transactions occurs on one tower. Then I should preface that by stating not every record is going to have all the information needed to map. So there might be, maybe one of the entries is missing the location information or the tower information. If that happens, we'll still see the network transaction, but we wouldn't be able to map that specific record. So what this is displaying is all of the information that is in those records. I don't know how many are there, but say 10 out of the 15 have location information. All of that information is using that one tower in either one of the 2 sectors that is highlighted there.
So and you said this is from 2 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. on that day?
Correct.
So if that device had been moving miles and miles during that half hour, would the map look different?
As long as there were network transactions being made, yes.
How would it be different?
You would see each individual tower highlighted and the sector information for those transactions that occurred on a different tower.
Is that something that you see when you create maps pretty often? That movement?
Yes.
Okay. Moving to slide 10, please. Now, Detective, again, if you could please explain to the jury what date and time this map is for.
This is for September 2nd, 2018. The time frame being displayed is 2200 hours to 2300 hours Central Time. That would be 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Down the right-hand side is going to be all the activity from the call detail records for the phone number ending in 1039. And here's where you're seeing that all of those records, some of which may not have location information, are using one of those 4 towers. So there's one in the top left. I know it kind of goes along that fence line there, but there's one in the top left, one, I'll say top middle, one on the right side towards the top, and then one on the bottom. And each of those towers is being used somewhere in these that list of activity during this time frame. The red, I guess, border you're seeing on there is what's called a geofence. If we're dealing with a much larger area, that basically draws a border that's not from the records. It's just a border around the towers that it's displaying, so you can kind of see your overall geographical area that you're dealing with.
And generally, does slide 10 appear to be in the Wisconsin Dells area?
Yes, in the general area, yes.
Okay. And again, all of these maps that the jury is seeing are based on the phone records from Exhibit 172 that you have, the CD?
Correct.
Okay. Moving to, and again, if we ask Detective Hoppe why he asked you to map this date and time, he would know the answer, but you don't necessarily know that.
I don't know at all why this is relevant.
Okay. Moving to slide 11. Please, Detective, if you could just give the jury an overview of what this is.
The date is September 27th, 2018. The time frame being displayed is from 1358 hours to 1400 hours. Just a 2-minute window that's 1:58 p.m. to 2 p.m., and that is Central Time. The phone number being displayed or the activity there is for phone number ending in 1039. On the map on the left, you can see that geofence a little better now, but that is showing that it's irrelevant to the records, but all of those network transactions used one of those 3 towers. And on the bottom left, you're seeing 2 different sectors were used. On the other ones, only 1 sector was used. I'm not sure the significance as to why there's call information there, but that would be the one call that is made during this time frame.
Okay. And moving on to slide 12. Detective, what is in slide 12?
This is going to be an animation. This is not related to this investigation at all, but I used it to preface what you're about to see. In CellHawk, we have the ability to animate the records. If a device is moving, this can be helpful to see a general route of travel or something like that. When we make these animations, we get to pick how fast we want to play it. So if I wanted to show something in real time, I could. In this case, I believe I show you close to 16 hours. Nobody wants to sit here for that long, so we could raise the display to say 1 second here, real time as we watch, would display 5 minutes of the records. In this case, on the very bottom right, and the bar is kind of covering on my screen, but the top line there, it says 1 second equals 15 seconds. So when this plays through, 1 second real time here in this courtroom, 15 seconds is passing and the record's being displayed. And then the line below that is a fade, telling us how long we want the records to remain on the screen. If you're covering a long day or an extended amount of time, you want your records to fade, because if they come back through the same route, it can kind of be hard to visually see. So we'll typically have the records show and then fade after 15 seconds or whatever that may be.
What's the right side of slide 12 showing?
So the right side is a timeline or a bar. As we hit play on this, you'll see that bar start to move down, and that time on there will display the record, the time in the records being displayed. So as it starts to play, you'll see that bar start to move down, and that's a running timestamp for the records. And then you'll see, I believe, if I recall correctly, on this specific one, you'll see records come across with that sector information, and it's going to be moving from your right to left.
And generally, geographically, are you familiar with the area depicted on slide 12?
I am.
It's near the Milwaukee County Zoo?
Correct. Right in the center is the Milwaukee County Zoo. On the zoo interchange, I-94 is running east and west there, and I-41 is running north and south through the middle of the screen.
Okay, and in terms of animations, would it be fair to say that in your casework, some animations can be very simple and others can be very, very complex?
Yes, and I would lean towards that. The majority of animations are very complex, and they're hard to, see or analyze, because you're watching just the recording and you might not have all the information.
So on slide 12, is this a more simple animation so that the jury can kind of understand what they're watching?
Yes, this is very basic, and it's played at a rather slow speed with that 1 second equaling 15 seconds. If you're trying to animate a full day or maybe sometimes a week, and you're playing that at a faster rate, the records are moving so fast that it's sometimes hard to keep track of where you're going.
Okay. And at this point, Mr. Vulcanier, if you can play the animation in Exhibit 173, side 12. Now, detective, as the jury watched that animation, they saw some of those sector shaded areas show up and then disappear on the screen, right?
Correct, and I stand corrected, it was moving left to right.
Okay, which would be west to east?
Correct.
Okay. Can something like this tell you who's using the device that's hitting on these towers?
No, ma'am.
Can something like this tell you whether the device was within the shaded area that pops up?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And again, remind the jury what's at the center of each of those shaded portions that display?
A cell tower.
Okay. And we'll play that one more time. It's very quick, just so the jury can watch that again, please. Detective, it looked like as the shaded areas display themselves, there's some information in white in the middle of it. Do you know what that is?
That's the timestamp for that specific record being displayed.
And another word for record in this instance could be phone call or web.
Correct. It would be whatever network transaction is creating that record. So it could be a call, a text, data usage, etc.
Okay. And going to the last slide, slide 13, Detective, were you asked to create that kind of an animation in this case by Detective Hoppe?
Yes, ma'am.
For what day?
It's going to be for October 3rd, 2018. The animation is from 07/06/13 to 23/40/28. So from approximately 7:06 a.m. to approximately 11:40 p.m. And then here's where I sped up the animation here, given the time frame trying to be shown here. So this one will display 1 second of real time here in this courtroom. 5 minutes of the records will have passed at that point. And then they'll fade after 30 minutes of the records has been displayed. So doing simple math, if you see a record on the screen, that record should stay for 6 seconds, and then it would dissipate as 30 minutes of the records have passed. And this is for the phone number ending in 1039.
Are there some locations that are pinned on slide 13?
Yes, those are addresses provided to me by Detective Hoppe. I have Lynn's address and the death location or location of this incident, Jesse K's residence, and then Flowers' residence.
Okay. Now, in terms of this being almost a whole day, is this quite a bit longer than the last animation that was shown?
Yes, I mean, I sped it up, so it's not going to be as long as you think it will be, but it's going to move rather quick.
Okay. But in total, this is, I think, over 5 minutes long, right?
I don't recall specifically how long it is.
And again, in terms of your ability to explain to the jury what significance the movement has, you're not able to do that.
I mean, I could describe what they're going to see, but I don't know the significance of it, no.
Okay. But someone like Detective Hoppe could watch this and explain that to them.
I would think so, yes.
Okay. At this time, I'm not going to ask to play that animation in Exhibit 173, Slide 13. And we can actually bring that down. Detective, I just have a couple more questions for you. Well, let me start here. Does the lab see quite a bit of volume of devices and requests come through for different cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it pretty common that digital evidence is involved in crimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can it sometimes be helpful to have information about a device, not only from the device itself, like in Exhibit 168, but also to be able to compare that to the provider's records?
Yes, ma'am.
Theoretically, would it be possible in comparing those two sources to tell whether something's been removed from a physical phone, deleted?
Yes, you would be able to see that.
How would you be able to see that, comparing those sources?
I guess for an example, if I make a phone call on my cell phone, obviously I would see that in the call log on my cell phone, and then AT&T, my carrier, would retain that network transaction. If I went into my physical cell phone and deleted that call from my phone, and then a forensic examiner looks at my phone, they would not see that call in my phone. However, when they get my records, they would see that a call was made, and they're not seeing that on the device. You could make an inference there that something was deleted. In the case of, say, a text message, I could see a text message was deleted by looking at the records, but I don't have the content of that message, and we might not ever be able to, I guess, determine what that content was.
In terms of would it be fair to say that technology is changing all the time?
Absolutely.
And what might be correct today wasn't necessarily true in like 2018?
That could be, yes.
Okay. So focusing more around the 2018, 2019 time, would it be possible for an examiner to get deleted information off of a device?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you gonna get every single thing every time?
No.
Okay. Is there a way that the examiner can try to target certain deleted information while they're examining a phone?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Okay. When the examination is done, would it be fair to say it's pulling whatever is on the phone, and if it's not there, you're not gonna get it?
Correct.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have, thank you.
All right, go ahead, Cross.
Detective, following up on that last question, fair to say that when you are trying to recover deleted information from a phone or hard drive, whether or not you're able to recover it generally will depend on whether that sector of the hard drive has been rewritten with other data?
Generally speaking, yes, correct.
Or had been zeroed out intentionally?
Correct.
Also fair to say that text messages or other phone records that are contained within the physical hard drive of a phone are deleted periodically by the phone itself depending on user settings so that the log data just doesn't become overwhelming. Is that true?
That is true.
So seeing deleted records would not necessarily indicate somebody went in and manually removed them, correct?
True.
Also fair to say that people, for completely benign reasons, delete text messages, delete information on their phone?
I guess some people could, yes.
Thank you. Two questions kind of related to the location analysis based on cell phone towers. One is just for my clarification, when we're looking at a record of a given transaction, and we have, for example, an azimuth of, let's say, 270 degrees, is that telling us that that cell phone tower is not pointing true north and is offset by like 30 degrees?
Yeah, so I guess like you could, or I guess the cell provider could install a tower however they wanted and arrange their sectors however they wanted. So I guess for instance, if we're in Colorado and I put a cell tower at the base of a mountain, I might only have one sector and I'm gonna face that directly away from the mountain. I don't need a sector going back in to the mountain if it's not habitable or there's not a lot of people there. And due north being 0 degrees is just, that's the reference point they use. They could arrange their sectors to cover whatever degrees they want.
So fair to say when we're looking at a record that has like a 270 degree azimuth listed, that's not saying that the cell phone was being used somewhere along that 270 degree vector, correct? It's just that's the center of the section.
Correct. That would be, if it says 270 degrees, that is simply the azimuth for that antenna or that sector being used. Again, that sector covers generally 120 degrees, so they could be a little left, a little right, but it's a general, that direction.
And as you testified to, geography and other infrastructure can play a role in selecting a tower that's not necessarily the closest, true?
Correct.
And with that in mind, we don't have a good ability to know how far from a tower a cell phone is based on these records, true?
Correct.
Another question that I had was, if we have a phone in a single location over the course of, let's say, half an hour, multiple transactions occur, could there be changes in, let's say, network congestion that would cause the phone to switch to another tower without actually moving locations?
Yes, that could happen. Yes.
And that would show on a map as the center of a tower suddenly being somewhere, probably nearby, but not the same?
Yeah, I guess for instance, like that one where there's 3 towers being used, that phone or device could be stationary and just at the time of each individual transaction, it picked this tower versus that tower, and it could use 3 even though the device was not moving.
When we're trying to look at specific locations, like on this slide 13 that you had, you mentioned 3 different locations that you put on there, Lynn's address, death location, for example.
Okay.
What level of accuracy do the cell tower locations have in terms of we don't know where the person is? Can we say that there's a meaningful difference between one tower and another tower an inch up on the page?
So I can't speak to like specific technology on a given tower. Typically in a rural setting or actually I shouldn't say that, an urban setting, say the city of Milwaukee, you're gonna have a lot more towers in that area. So you could kind of use the full tower list for, say, AT&T. And generally speaking, if it's gonna, I'll say the word jump, but if it's gonna jump a tower and go to a different one, it's not like it's gonna jump miles and miles and miles. So if you're in a city setting, you could get a little closer in on a better location of that device, still not specific, but it's not gonna jump 15 towers and go across the city of Milwaukee. If you're out in an area where towers are very infrequent and spread out more, it would be a lot harder to narrow down a specific location for that device.
Understood. And final question in terms of reading the location data. We've got 3 sectors on most cell phone towers, true?
Generally speaking, yes.
Is it possible for a individual who is located at the 270-degree azimuth location to connect to either sector 1 or 2 despite physically being tangential to sector 3?
Yes, I have not done testing on that, but in theory, yes, you could be, I guess, behind the sector you're using and still hit off that sector, if that makes sense, in close proximity too.
So what we can be sure of is the phone was connected to that tower, but not necessarily the person's location using that phone on that 360-degree circle, right?
I guess, again, generally speaking, yes.
Okay. I believe that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down. You can give it to Attorney Nicolai and she'll put it on the table where we're collecting the exhibits. Before we start the next witness, just curious if it's a shorter one or a longer one?
It is a longer one.
How about we take a short break then? All rise for the jury, please. This one will be a little shorter. Don't go too far. They're not going anywhere, so. Inside joke. Any more info on that subpoena? No, you're fine. You can sit. Please be seated. Before I let you all go for the short break, I know I received the revised subpoena. Has the state had an opportunity to review it?
I did, Your Honor. It looks like everything we talked about.
All right, then I will sign it. I believe I have one sidebar, right, to put on the record. So that was
Exhibit 170 on the evidence.
yes, that's what my recollection. I was just trying to. Was that during Detective Fredericks, or was that?
Yes.
I know, I wrote a note, I was trying to find it. Oh, I wrote it on the exhibit, that's why. Not sure why I did that, but.
Either 170 or 169 is the face sheet.
Right. Oh, there we go. Sidebar regarding 170. There we go. There was a question just on the flash drives, and we cleared that up at sidebar, even though the defense had been provided the CDs ahead of time. The information is on a CD, not a flash drive, because, and this had to do with my order ahead of time regarding the exchange of exhibits. I know Attorney Navreski, you weren't here earlier, so I handed the 3 court copies just in case you wanted to put them in a DVD and look at them while the witness was testifying. So based on that, I received the exhibit, and I think that's it. Anything on that sidebar, Attorney Nicolai?
No.
Attorney Navreski?
Nope, that was right.
Did you find your copy so I can have mine back?
Yes, I've got yours for you.
Excellent. We'll take those back. You all can have 10 minutes, and then we'll start back up. Thank you. record. Appearances are as they were before. Are we still waiting for, oh, there's Attorney Gallo. He's ducking down. I couldn't see him. Anything I need to address from either of the parties before we bring the jury back out for the next witness from the state?
No, thank you.
From the defense?
No, thank you.
All right, and then Teresa will have that uploaded momentarily, the subpoena, so. Should be there momentarily.
So it's pulled through, but
Great.
someone prints it and sends it.
All right, go ahead and have the jury brought in, please.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Judge. State calls Detective Aaron Hoppe to the stand.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please raise your right hand once you get up to the witness stand. Teresa will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a seat. When you are seated, if you would please state your first and last names for the record.
Aaron, Aaron, Hoppe, Hoppe.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Detective Hoppe, where do you work?
I am a detective with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
How long have you worked for the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
Almost 17 years now.
Okay. What was the first job that you had with the Sheriff's Department?
I actually started in corrections.
Okay, and then what?
I was promoted to deputy.
Did you go through the law enforcement academy in order to become a certified law enforcement officer?
Yes, I did.
As a deputy, were you doing patrol in a marked squad, as some of the witnesses have testified about here in this trial?
Yes, I did.
When did you move into the detective role?
I was promoted to acting detective in 2010, and then I was promoted to detective in 2012.
What is acting detective?
Acting detective was a position in our, at the time, the Waukesha County Metro Drug Unit. It was an acting detective position for deputies to get experience and also as a detective as well. And you're placed in the drug unit for that time that you're temporarily assigned as detective.
Okay. What is your current role with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
I am assigned to a DEA drug task force.
Does that have people in it from different departments?
Yes, we have people from all surrounding agencies, including local along with federal as well.
Okay. How long have you been in that unit?
This is the second time, so this is almost about a year and a half now.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the detectives in the Metro unit may have a different outward appearance than detectives maybe in the General Crimes Bureau?
Usually, yes.
Okay. Do you have a somewhat different appearance than maybe a general detective would?
I probably have a little more facial hair than I normally would, yes.
So, have you also spent time in the General Crime Division of the Detective Bureau?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to move into specialty units throughout the time you've been a detective?
Yes, I've been in and out of specialty units during my time as a detective.
Okay. In terms of the casework that you've handled as a detective, did it include homicide investigations?
It did.
Do you have some special training in conducting homicide investigations?
Yes, I've gone to several death investigation schools put on by DCI or Wisconsin Department of Justice, the Division of Criminal Investigation, along with local death investigations.
Have you ever been part of an organization that has a goal of training investigators in death investigations?
Yes, I was on the board of directors for the Wisconsin Association of Homicide Investigators for several years until I resigned from that board this past year.
Okay. Throughout your time as a detective, have you had experience in investigating overdose cases?
Yes, I have.
Including ones that result in fatalities?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about the investigation into the death of Lynn Hernan. At this point in time, are you the lead investigator on that case?
I would say the lead for the homicide portion, yes.
What do you mean by that?
Obviously, during the initial stages of the investigation, once it was reopened, it was fairly evident that there were two major components to this investigation. One would have been the investigation into the homicide itself, and the second would have been the crimes of the financial crimes portion of the investigation.
Do you have a lot of background in white collar or financial crimes?
No, I do not. Most of the detectives who are assigned to white collar or financial crimes have more specific training regarding that, and that was not my specialty.
Okay. In terms of October 3rd of 2018, did you actually go to the scene or Ms. Hernan's residence that day?
Yes, I was at the scene briefly.
On that day, what was your role with the Sheriff's Department?
I was in the General Detective Bureau at the time.
Okay. I think the jury heard, well, I know the jury heard testimony from Detective Loberg. Do you work with him as well?
I do.
Did you see him when you were on the scene?
I did. I actually knew that Detective Loberg had been dispatched to a death investigation scene, and I was actually heading to a separate investigation that I was conducting, but I detoured from that, and I actually eventually responded to the scene and met with Detective Loberg.
Okay. Were you inside the residence that day?
I was.
Were you there for a very long period of time?
No, I was maybe there. I was there about less than a half an hour.
Okay. At that point in time, were you assigned this case?
No, I was not.
Okay. Ultimately, you said that the investigation turned into a homicide, right?
Yes, we had learned of new information which led to the investigation being reopened.
When was that, approximately?
It was in January of 2019.
Was there a point in time when you actually were assigned this case as a detective?
Later on during the investigation, yes, I was.
Okay. Since that point in time, have you familiarized yourself with the different aspects of this case, including scene photos and reports that have been written?
Yes, I have.
Have you familiarized yourself with different pieces of evidence that have been analyzed or downloaded?
Yes.
Have you even looked at some of the financials?
I have.
Okay. Did you also play a major role in this case in terms of interviews that were conducted with Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that it would be helpful for the jury to see some of the major time points in this case as you're testifying?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so if you see to your right, State's Exhibit 228 is on a piece of foam board, and have you seen that exhibit before?
Yes.
And it's got limited information on it right now, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Like what?
Basically, it's there's some months of the year, we're talking 2018, and then on that's all on the right side, and then on the left there's a couple dates from September of 2018.
Okay, so what I'd like you to do, there's a marker in front of you. I'd like you to pull that cork board so that you can write on it, and I'm going to ask you to add some things to Exhibit 228.
Okay. You want me to pull it down now?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Detective, in terms of that exhibit, there's one piece of information on the left side of the line. Is that true?
Yes, there is.
Do you see dates there already?
I do.
What are those?
It's 9/15/18 and 9/28 of 18.
Was that time period significant in your investigation?
Yes, it was.
Why?
This is the dates that we know that Lynn Hernan was hospitalized, the last hospitalization.
Okay, could you please write hospital near those dates on Exhibit 228?
Everyone hearing him okay as he steps away from the microphone? Okay, good.
Is there another date on Exhibit 228 written out fully?
Yes, there is October 3rd, 2018.
And what date is that?
That's the day of Lynn Hernan's death.
Okay, could you please write that near the date on Exhibit 228? Did you participate in what the jury's already heard about in regard to search warrants that were conducted in this case?
Yes, I did.
And when was that done?
July 9th of 2019.
Is that, is there a space on Exhibit 228 for July
There is.
near the bottom?
Yes.
Could you please fill in that date and write search warrant? Do you recall when Detective Cole testified and the jury was shown an interview in this case?
Yes.
Were you actually in the interview as well?
I was present for this, yes.
Okay, with Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
And was that March 6th of 19?
That was.
Could you please add that to Exhibit 228? Were you in the courtroom when Ms. Zabaniak testified?
Yes, I was.
And you're aware there was a portion of time where she was actually living in close proximity to Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that was about the fall of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Could you please indicate that at the bottom of Exhibit 228 and just list Ms. Zabaniak's last name next to it, please? And then in terms of a couple, you were in here when the probate case of Lynn Hernan's estate was testified about, is that true?
Yes, I was.
And that was Mr. Paul Nowakowski, the register in probate?
Correct.
Okay. And you were here when there were multiple exhibits entered into evidence regarding that matter, is that true?
Yes.
And in one of those exhibits, do you recall Exhibit 77 showing when that estate actually closed for Ms. Hernan's estate?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and was that date May 23rd of 19?
Yes, that was.
Could you please add that to Exhibit 228? And then lastly, throughout your investigation and throughout sitting through this trial, have you seen and heard that there was a second or new will filed in that probate case?
Yes, I did.
And the jury saw that in Exhibit 83, is that true?
Yes,
Had you actually seen that document yourself before this trial?
I believe I had.
Okay. Nonetheless, regarding that probate file, is it fair to say that that new will was filed November 4 of 2019?
Yes.
Could you please include that on Exhibit 228? And then you can pop that back up on the easel, please, sir. Okay, so fair to say not all of the pieces are filled in, but you've entered the items that we just talked about, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And I mentioned a few times now that you've been in the courtroom throughout the trial so far, right?
Yes,
Have you ever sat in the courtroom during a trial before with the state?
I have.
Why do you do that?
Usually as the lead investigator on a more serious case, the investigator will sit with the district attorney's side and be there for the presentation of the case to assist with matters if there's any questions or anything else that we can be helpful in providing from the investigation.
Okay. Now, I am going to leave Exhibit 228 while you testify. I'm not going to move it into evidence yet because it's not complete, but I would like to ask you a few questions, Detective Hoppe, about some things that Detective PIENNES testified about yesterday. Were you here for that testimony?
I was here for the majority. I did miss the first half of it.
Okay. In terms of, were you here when the jury heard some phone calls that the defendant made in this case?
Yes.
And Detective PIENNES said that those came actually from the banks that were subpoenaed?
Correct.
Okay. Specifically Exhibit 105 from Citibank, were you here when that call was played?
I believe so.
When, throughout your investigation, have you been able to speak with Ms. Kurczewski?
I have.
Have you been able to listen to different recordings that she speaks in?
Yes.
Do you think that you can identify her voice at this point?
Yes.
Okay. When Exhibit 105 was playing, did you also believe that was Ms. Kurczewski speaking?
100%, yes.
Okay. So, in terms of that call, I'd like to reference back to Exhibit, sorry. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna need one moment. If I could have Mr. Vulcanier open up Exhibit 138, which is already in evidence. Well, let's start with Exhibit 141, please. I'd like to, that's already in evidence. I'd like to publish Exhibit 141, Slide 2.
Go ahead.
And if we briefly go back to slide 1, Detective, can you see this as Exhibit 141?
I can.
And this was testified about yesterday. Detective Plennis indicated this was Lynn Hernan's Capital One credit card account.
Yes.
And if we go to slide 2, do you recall specifically the information that was displayed in this slide?
Yes.
Was the information in this slide significant to you in terms of the homicide aspect of this case as well?
Yes, it was.
In fact, is some of this information things that you asked Detective SCHROEDER to map in this case?
It is, yes.
Explain to the jury why you did that.
Excuse me. It's basically, we're trying to identify locations that we know Miss Kurczewski was at or with and spending, again, or using credit cards linked to Lynn Hernan and not in that area.
On the top part of this exhibit, are there entries for September 2nd of 2018?
There are.
And again, this is a card belonging to Lynn Hernan, right?
That's correct.
And what locations are being used in the circled transactions?
Monk's Bar and Grill in downtown Wisconsin Dells, Castle Rock, Sitco, Friendship, Wisconsin, I believe. Highway 12, Baraboo, Wisconsin. Another address, 750 Wisconsin Dells, Parkway Lake, Parkway Lake, Delton, Wisconsin.
Okay. When you saw these transactions, and fast forwarding a little bit, were you able to analyze the phone downloads that Detective FREDRICKS talked about today?
Yes.
On the bottom half of Exhibit 141, Slide 2, it looks like there's a piece of a download. Is that true?
That's correct.
Did you look at that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Is that part of a longer discussion that's consistent with the spending in the Dells?
Yes, it is.
Who's involved in the discussion about the Dells?
Scott Craig is sending a text message to, I believe it's going to be the mother of his child, regarding a trip that he and Jesse were going to take.
Is there actually a discussion that includes Ms. Kurczewski about the Dells?
I believe there is later on.
Okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 200 and 201 in paper form. Detective, have you seen those two exhibits before?
I have.
What is Exhibit 200?
200 is a portion of a timeline regarding the text messages from Scott Craig's cell phone.
So would it be fair to say that that exhibit is from Exhibit 170 that I'm holding up that Detective FREDRICKS talked about?
Yes.
And this is the download of Scott Craig's phone, is that true?
That's correct.
Is Exhibit 200 the entire download?
No, it is not.
Okay. Have you seen Exhibit 201 before?
I have.
What is that?
It's a demonstrative exhibit, basically some text messages that were picked out between Scott Craig and Miss Kurczewski.
Okay. Is Exhibit 200 a fair and accurate copy of a part of Mr. Craig's download?
Yes.
Is the information in Exhibit 201 an accurate copy of that information into a more readable form?
Yes, it is.
Did you check it?
Yes, I have.
How do you know that you checked it?
I initialed it.
Okay.
I initialed each page.
At this point, I'd move Exhibits 200 and 201 into evidence.
No objection.
And ask to publish.
Exhibits 200 and 201 are received, permission to publish granted, as to both.
So, Mr. Balkanier, if we could start with page 200. Detective Hoppe, I'd just like to ask you a few questions about it so that the jury can see what you're looking at there. Could we unpublish, please? Got it. Detective, this is the 8 pages of Exhibit 200 that you have before you.
Yes, it appears so.
So, when the jury is looking at this, what part of the phone download are they looking at?
This is most likely going to be from the text messages portion. There is different sections that the cell phone downloads are usually broken up into, and you can go to timelines or text messages themselves. And I'm sorry, this is going to be part of the timeline thread, which just gives everything in a chronological order.
So in terms of these downloads, do you find the timeline feature to be helpful to you when you're reviewing a download?
Yes, I find the timeline to be most important, and that's usually the first thing I research.
Why?
Because it's a chronological order. Usually when we are conducting an investigation, there are certain dates that we have in mind that we're looking to specifically investigate or look for information. And it's easier to go right to the chronological order and see anything that's on that date or leading up to or afterwards.
Okay. So in terms of these messages, this doesn't look like the way messages on my phone look.
That's correct.
So is this what the Celebrite program gives you when a device is downloaded?
Correct. This is the version that we get. If I ask Detective Schroeder to conduct a phone download for me and he completes the report, and this is one of the reports I would get back, and this is the format that it was placed in.
Okay. Now, moving to Exhibit 201, how is this exhibit different than Exhibit 200? Sorry, we have to unpublish. We have quite a few exhibits open that are not entered, so. All right, we're all set.
Most of the messages are in here. It's just, again, more of a, in fact, yeah, the majority of the messages are in here. In fact, they all are. It's just a more readable format. Obviously, Exhibit 200 is a little difficult on the eyes, so 201's hopefully to make it a little easier and more understandable.
Okay. And Mr. Vulcanier, you can stay in this screen mode, please. We're ready to publish, starting with slide 1. We're all set to publish.
Go ahead.
Now, Detective, is this the same 201 that you have before you?
It is, yes.
And going down a slide, have you reviewed this piece of Exhibit 201?
Yes, I have.
Does it accurately depict phone numbers involved in this case?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Is it important for the jury to know that 2664 number?
Yes, it is.
Okay. In terms of the person that uses that number, is that important in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So if we can go down to slide 3, please. Now this looks more like messages might look on a phone, right?
Correct. This is more, again, what you're more likely going to see.
Okay. So would it be fair to say this is just an easier way to read a cell phone download?
In this format, yes, it's much more easier than obviously it would be than looking at 200.
Okay.
Exhibit 200.
So, in terms of the pink boxes, what cell phone sent those messages?
That's going to be the cell phone belonging to Miss Kurczewski.
And then in blue, who is that?
From Mr. Craig.
Okay. If you could please read the content from slide 3.
Starting from the top at 1:49, I'm just going to say the hour and minute for time's sake here. 1:49 p.m. Jessy to Scott, now find a place to stay for us. Presumably that's going to be please. At 1:50 p.m. Scott responds, "We're going to wing it." Shortly thereafter, he sends another message to Jessy saying, "We'll find something when we get there, LOL." At 1:52 p.m., Jessy to Scott, "OMG, oh my God, such a bad idea, babe." At 1:53 p.m., Jessy to Scott, "I would prefer to go tomorrow, presumably please." And at 2:02 p.m., Jessy to Scott, "What about So it's supposed to be American Inn in the Dells. We can get a patio, hot tub and room. It's in the Dells and it's not super expensive. Plus I get to use my AAA.
And slide 4, please. If you could continue.
2:06 p.m., Jessy to Scott. Again, presumably please say yes, I think this is good. Jessy to Scott, call me on lunch. That was at 2:11 p.m., I apologize. 2:14 p.m., Jessy to Scott, hey you. At 2:56 p.m., Jessy to Scott, booked. I wanted to do it because it's the last room left with a king bed with hot tub and patio. And at 2:57 p.m., Scott to Jessy, okay.
And next slide, please.
This is August 30th, 2018. So the next day, 10:39 a.m., Jessy to Scott, did you see our weekend weather, LOL? 10:41, Scott to Jessy, no. 12:54 p.m., Jessy to Scott, and I gotta go for car wash and bank. 12:55 p.m., Scott to Jessy, screw car wash, it's gonna rain. 1:04 p.m., Jessy to Scott, I know I want to see out the windows inside bad, out these windows inside bad. 3:14 p.m., Jessy to Scott, I'm just leaving the hospital. Forgot I had to sign papers since we are going out of town, sorry. At 4:49 p.m., Scott Craig sends a message to 414-587-2664. I just wanted to tell you that Jessy and I are going to the Dells for the weekend in case you need to get a hold of me.
And is that piece of data that's in Exhibit 141 in that financial exhibit?
Yes.
That message is?
Yes.
And you said it's important for the jury to know that orange person? Do you know who that is?
It's not the same number that's in the exhibit on 201 on the front page, okay. But that number is important. I believe that's a number for Jackie, if I recall correctly.
Nonetheless, it's someone that received a message from Scott.
Correct.
On what day?
August 30th, 2018.
Okay, and finally on slide 6, is there some more communication there about between Scott and Jessy?
Yes, so this is now September 3rd, 2018, 4:40 p.m. Jessy to Scott, hey hun, I'm gonna head back by you. Food now or not yet? At 4:46 p.m., Scott to Jessy, spicy tuna roll, steak make roll, rainbow roll, sweetheart roll, transformer roll. 4:51 p.m., Jessy to Scott, nothing like spending $100 on a dinner after vacay. 4:51 p.m., Scott to Jessy, then don't shit. 4:52 p.m., Jessy to Scott, already did, not bitching, just saying LOL.
So in terms of this content, does the time frame coincide with the expenditures shown to you in Exhibit 141?
Yes, it does.
Is this time frame something that you asked Detective Schroeder to map?
Yes, I did.
And if we could please unpublish and, Mr. Vulcanier, open Exhibit 173 and go to slide 10. And while that's being done, Detective, do you also have a background in using CellHawk?
I do.
Okay, have you used that on your own for cases before?
I have.
Have you testified about CellHawk before?
I have.
Okay. And we're all set to publish, Madam Clerk. Now, Detective, this is Exhibit 173, slide 10 that the jury just heard about with Detective Schroeder. Can you remind them or tell them why you asked for this to be mapped?
This was important because during our investigation, Ms. Kurczewski alleged that every time a credit card was used, every time there was financial information being utilized, that she was with Ms. Hernan, and Ms. Hernan knew about all of the usage of the card. For us, it's important to state that this card is now being used in Wisconsin Dells on September 2nd of 2018, and we know that Ms. Hernan is not in the Dells with her at that time. So again, that would go against what she was telling us, that Ms. Hernan was always with her when these cards were being used.
In terms of this exhibit standing alone, does this tell you whether or not Ms. Kurczewski was in the Dells?
No, just her phone. This is what the exhibit says.
Okay. What about when you couple that with the messages that you looked at and the financial data for this time period?
Now the totality of everything would say that Ms. Kurczewski was in the Dells at this time.
And remind the jury whose phone activity is being mapped on this slide?
Ms. Kurczewski.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. Now, we can take the publish down. In terms of the Citibank calls that I mentioned to you before, were you in court when, with Detective Plennis, 2 different calls were played for the jury to listen to?
Yes.
And were you also in court when Detective Plennis testified that both of those calls to Citibank were done on the same day?
Yes.
And was that day August 27th of 2018?
That's correct.
Remind the jury generally what the content of those calls was.
Changing information regarding the account.
And who was the caller?
Ms. Kurczewski.
In those calls, who was Ms. Kurczewski purporting to be?
Ms. Hernan.
And on August 27th of 2018, was Ms. Hernan still alive?
August 27th of 2018, yes.
Okay. I'd like to, please, Mr. Volcanier, if we can go to slide 9 of Exhibit 173, and Madam Clerk, if we could publish that, please. Detective Hoppe, is this date also something that you asked Detective SCHROEDER to map?
Yes, it was.
Why did you ask him to do that?
Obviously, we're looking at August 27th when the time frame with these calls were made. We know that Ms. Hernan was not the caller on those calls, and we were trying to identify the location where those calls would have been made from.
Remind the jury whose Citibank account was being called about.
Ms. Hernan.
Okay. On this map, what geographic area are we in?
The Hales Corners, Franklin area.
Now, there's a blue pin on slide 9, isn't there?
There is.
Is that information you gave Detective SCHROEDER?
That is.
What information was that?
That's the residence of Ms. Kurczewski's mother, Jennifer Flower.
Okay. Did Lynn Hernan live anywhere near that residence?
Absolutely not.
And ultimately, what information can we glean from Exhibit 173, slide 9, Detective?
That again, the information that we were receiving regarding Ms. Kurczewski saying she did everything financially with Ms. Hernan present is obviously incorrect, since we know that Ms. Kurczewski was not in the area of Ms. Hernan's residence during this time.
Okay, thank you. Ultimately, were you involved in the search warrants that were done in this case on July 9th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And you testified that you had been able to look at the phone downloads that were done in this case?
Yes, I was.
I want to ask you some questions about that, and you testified a little bit about it, but when you look at a phone download, is it organized in some way?
Yes, it is.
And how, in what manner?
Again, broken down. There is sections you can access as easier. They're broken down into categories, being text messages, contacts, web internet history, other categories, and then again, what we like, timeline.
So there's a couple different ways to find information that you might be looking for?
Yes.
Okay. If you wanted, for example, to look at all the information on a phone about email activity, is there a specific section about that?
Yes, there is a category for emails.
Okay. Do you recall whether there was a section about emails in Ms. Kurczewski's cell phone download, Exhibit 168?
Yes, there was.
Was there some information that was significant to you in this investigation?
Yes, there was.
I'd like to show just the witness, please, Exhibit 189. And if we could scroll to the bottom of this page. Detective, do you see an exhibit number on this?
I do,
189?
correct.
Do you recognize 189?
I do.
What is it?
It's, I believe that's gonna be the email category from, the download for Ms. Kurczewski.
Okay. Let me go back a minute. When you look at a cell phone download, is one way to look at it on a PDF?
Yes,
Does that have page numbers on it, as most PDFs, it automatically puts page numbers, correct?
correct.
Are there also page numbers on the actual PDF document that Celebrate puts on?
Yes,
Okay. So is it fair to say that sometimes cell phone downloads are thousands and thousands of pages long?
yes, I mean, the reality is most people live on their cell phones. I mean, all our information's on there. So even the most limited user of a cell phone is probably gonna have hundreds, if not thousands of pages. So the average user is gonna have several thousand pages now.
Okay. In terms of the exhibit before you, Exhibit 189, is that just one single page from that download?
Right there, correct, yes.
Okay. Does that look like a fair and accurate page of Exhibit 168?
Yes,
I'd move Exhibit 189 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 189 is received, permission to publish granted.
And Mr. Vulcan, if we can just zoom out so the entire page can be seen. And Detective, this is Exhibit 189?
correct.
Okay, so if we could zoom in on the top piece of it. Throughout your investigation, was there a Gmail account that became significant to you?
Yes, we did learn of a Gmail account.
And was that attributed by name to Ms. Hernan?
Yes, it was.
What was that account?
Lynn Hernan 1955@gmail.com.
Was that an email that the jury saw frequently yesterday when Detective Plennis went through financial records?
Yes, it was.
In terms of your investigation, however, people that knew Ms. Hernan gave you information about her daily life and patterns, right?
Correct.
Was the use of this Gmail account consistent with the rest of your investigation regarding Ms. Hernan?
No, it contradicted it completely.
Okay. Now, what is the significance of line 252, the top line, being inside Ms. Kurczewski's cell phone download?
Basically, the date is concerning.
Why?
It's 5/8 of 2019.
Okay, but more generally, you said this page is from a section of the download about email usage?
Correct.
Okay. Does this piece of the download tell you whether or not that email was utilized on this device?
It was sent on that device, and it looks. I believe so. Yes.
Okay, so in other words, on Ms. Kurczewski's phone, there's activity that this email, Lynn Hernan 1955, is being utilized and accessed on Ms. Kurczewski's phone.
Object to leading.
Sustained. Please rephrase.
During your review of the entire download of Ms. Kurczewski's phone, was she accessing Lynn Hernan 1955 on that device?
Yes.
I'll rephrase. Was someone accessing that email on Ms. Kurczewski's device?
Yes, the email account was being accessed on this device.
Okay. Can you tell the jury who was physically accessing it on the device?
I can't per se say that. No.
Okay. Nonetheless, that top line 252, what is that entry?
It's a timestamp, and the subject is here's the 15% off we promised you. It looks like it's a Kohl's discount.
In terms of line 253, what is the jury seeing in that line?
Timestamp is May 6, 2019, 12:09 p.m. This one appears to be from Capital One. The subject line, you obviously see, regarding twice, we'd like to help, and then a significant information in the body section.
Would that also be a record of an email accessed on the device?
It would, and based on my knowledge, I would say it would look like this is a response to an email that was sent to them.
Object to speculation.
Overruled, he may answer and explain.
When people use email accounts and they see in a subject line the letters RE one or more times, what does that indicate?
It usually says that there's been multiple communications with that
Okay.
email.
Can you tell whether the email in line 253 was sent outwards from the phone or received to the phone?
That specific one was received.
Okay, and what does the body say?
Thank you for providing this information. Visit Capital One. Hi, Lynn. I appreciate you sharing your situation with me. I am sorry to hear about your medical situation, but glad to hear you are on your, and it ends.
Okay. What's the date of that email?
May 6th, 2019.
Okay, and on Exhibit 228 there next to you, you've marked the date that Lynn Hernan died. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. The column on the right side of this exhibit, a few of the lines have a red yes in there. Do you know what that column indicates?
Yes.
What?
It means that that specific item has been deleted.
So you were here when Detective SCHROEDER talked about deleted items on devices, right?
Correct.
Through your own experience with analyzing extractions from devices, do you know that sometimes you can recover some of that deleted information?
Yes.
Okay. Is that true of line 253 in this case?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Going down to line 254, what is the jury seeing in this?
Another timestamp, it's going to be another email, May 3rd of 2019.
Can you tell whether that was coming into the phone or going out from the phone?
It says from Lynn Hernan 1955 at gmail.com to Lynn Hernan 1955 at gmail.com.
Okay. Was this? Go ahead.
Sorry, there's a no subject status, and it looks like it would probably be a photo that was sent.
Going down, please, to line 255. That is an entry. Does that involve the Lynn Hernan email account?
Well, it's no, that one's not.
Okay, so going down to 256, what is the jury seeing in this?
In 256, it is an email. It's timestamped May 2nd, 2019, 11:27 a.m.
Does this appear to be an outgoing or incoming email?
This appears to be an outgoing.
How can you tell that?
It says from Lynn Hernan 1955 at gmail.com, and then it says to, and then there's obviously a hyperlink of some sort, and then direction is outgoing.
Okay. What's the subject of this entry on line 256?
List, unsubscribe.
Are you familiar with that term unsubscribe as it pertains to emails?
Yes.
What do you understand that to mean?
From my personal experience, it's basically saying you're unsubscribing to a specific email list that you're being sent.
Okay. In terms of the email address on line 256, is there any company's name that you recognize?
At the end, it says at mail.paypal.com.
Okay. Going down to line 257, is that an email entry involving the Lynn Hernan 1955 account?
It is.
Is that pretty similar to the line we just looked at with unsubscribe?
Correct.
Any company name in that interaction that you can discern?
Yes, it says at leave.e.krogermail.com.
And finally, line 258. Sir, is that similar to the last two that we've talked about?
It is.
Any company name associated with that?
It is the same as the one in 256 at mail.paypal.com.
Thank you, sir. The dates associated with each entry on Exhibit 189, were they before or after Ms. Hernan died?
They were well after.
Okay. If I could please just show the witness Exhibit 198, Detective Hoppe, I'd like you to look at it. It's a 2-page document. Do you see that document, Detective?
I do.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
What is it?
It is a return that I received from Google after issuing Google a legal demand.
Would another word for that be subpoena?
Subpoena, yes.
Okay. The jury heard a lot about subpoenas yesterday too, right?
They did.
Is it fair to say that when you want to get information from companies or banks, usually you have to use a subpoena?
Correct, yes.
Why did you ask Google for information in this case?
We were looking for information regarding the Lynn Hernan 1955 at gmail.com account.
Okay. Does Exhibit 198 appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the response and record you received?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 198 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 198 is received, permission to publish granted.
Detective, what is on page 1 of this exhibit?
Page 1 is the certificate of authenticity that we received from Google, basically a certification of their email or records that they're going to send.
Okay. What about on page 2?
Page 2 is the information regarding the Lynn Hernan Lynn Hernan 1955 at gmail.com account.
Is this the complete response you received about this account?
Yes, it is.
In terms of the status, what was the status of this account when you asked for the information?
Deleted.
Do you know when the service ended on that account?
And the service date was May 9th, 2019.
Is there information in Exhibit 198 showing when that email account was created?
Yes, there is.
When was that?
February 24th, 2018.
Now, generally, when you've received responses from Google, a lot of times is there more information than this?
Usually there are, yes.
Okay. Is Google sometimes able to give you IP address history?
They have in the past, yes.
What is that for? What does that mean?
IP is obviously it's basically location data where that device was being used at the specific time, or location history where it has been.
And when you say where the device was, in terms of a Google record like this, what location information is it giving you?
Internet data. Basically the internet site or the internet IP address that the phone is accessing during that time frame.
Could it be what a computer was accessing?
Yes, I mean, and any Wi-Fi.
But it all would be associated with the email that you've asked Google about?
Correct.
Okay. In this response, was Google able to give you any of that kind of information?
No, they were not.
Do you know why?
Basically, once the email is deleted, they're going to delete the records.
Would it be fair to say that you requested this information after the service end date?
Correct.
Can you remind the jury whether the search warrants that you did in this case at Mr. Craig's residence was before or after that service end date?
It was about 2 months exactly after the end of service date to that email.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. And now if we could please show just the witness exhibit 190. Detective, do you recognize Exhibit 190?
Yes, I do.
Is that another piece of the download of Ms. Kurczewski's phone?
Yes, it is.
So if we again show the jury this pack of information that Detective Fredericks talked about, Exhibit 168 and 167, is the exhibit you're looking at on this disc?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Again, is it a single page of the report on this disc?
Yes, it is.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, I have seen this before.
What is it?
It is, again, I think we were just talking about accessing different accounts and apps located on the phone.
Does a device keep records of things downloaded or installed on the phone
Yes.
as it's used?
Yes, it does.
Does it keep record of, for example, if I downloaded PayPal app on my phone, is that record of when I downloaded it gonna be on something like Exhibit 168?
Yes, it would be under installed application section.
Okay. Did you review the section of Ms. Kurczewski's download for those kind of installed things?
Yes, we did.
Is this Exhibit 190 a page of that piece?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the piece of the download that we're talking about?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 190 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 190 is received, permission to publish granted.
And if we scroll to the bottom, Detective, is that exhibit sticker for 190 at the bottom there?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I want to ask you just about a few of these lines going back up to the top. Well, and specifically, you flagged this piece of the download, right?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, Detective Hoppe, does what the jury looking at here appear to be what applications are on this phone?
Yes. Well, application's going to be, I'd have to look at this one specifically, but this looked like it's going to be part of the usage.
Okay, so the questions I asked you about the installed application, fair to say that's a different exhibit?
It's going to, yes.
Okay.
It doesn't change the install app, so.
What, on line 65, is that significant to your investigation?
Yes, it is.
Why?
Again, we're looking at a timestamp date of December 5th, 2018. The subject is a Square deposit, and the location is the Lynn Hernan 1955 at gmail.com. And then there's a name and a number with exclamation point after that.
Do you know if that name has significance to Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes, I believe so.
And what is it?
Isabella.
Who's that person?
That is the daughter of Scott Craig.
I want to talk to you generally, Detective, about accounts and opening accounts. Are you familiar with that process?
Yes.
Including maybe a financial account or a Gmail account or an application on a phone?
Yes.
When you create accounts, is it pretty common for the vendor to require certain things in terms of a password on accounts?
Yes.
What kinds of things might be required when you create a password on an account?
Maybe a capital letter, small caps, and then usually maybe a number, and then a special letter or assignment, exclamation point or an asterisk, something along those lines.
Okay. And remind the jury what date the entry in line 65 is?
December 5th, 2018.
Is that before or after Ms. Hernan's death?
It's after her death.
Is that before or after this Gmail account was created?
This was after the account was created.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have on this exhibit. Now I'd like to show the witness Exhibit 180, please. Detective, do you see Exhibit 180?
Yes, I do.
Is that a 29-page document?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell in the middle of the first page what section we're about to jump into in this?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Can you tell from the middle of this first page what section of the download we're about to jump into?
We're about to go into installed applications.
And if we could please slowly, scroll through the various pages so the detective can see it. Detective, do you recognize Exhibit 180?
I do.
What is it?
Again, this is the portion of the download of Ms. Kurczewski's cell phone.
Were the installed applications section of the download significant to you in your investigation?
Yes, it was.
To be fair, is there necessarily relevant information on all 29 of these pages?
No.
Okay. I'd like to show the witness Exhibit 181. Detective, with some pieces of your analysis of the downloads in this case, have you helped construct demonstrative exhibits that pulls pieces out in an easier format to read?
Yes.
Okay, is Exhibit 181 one of those exhibits?
It would be, yes.
Can you see it before you?
I can.
Is this specifically related to the installed application data you just looked at in Exhibit 180?
Yes, it is.
Are these pieces accurate copies from the installed application data?
Yes.
And do you believe that that data is a fair and accurate copy of what's actually on the download?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibits 180 and 181 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibits 180 and 181 are received.
And I'd ask to publish 181.
Granted.
All right, Detective, if we can go to slide 2, please. So at the top, there's some information. Does that tell the jury where this came from?
Yes.
Okay, so again, the Exhibit 168 is the CD that I'm holding up?
That's correct.
Okay, what does that P1129 mean?
At page 1129, 1129.
Okay. And line 5 has been clipped out here for the jury. How come?
This is, as we talked about earlier, not every page has noteworthy information, but this is noteworthy for the investigation.
Why?
It's an installed application, which is the Adobe Acrobat Reader, PDF Viewer, Editor, and Creator.
Can you tell when that was installed on the phone?
May 6th, 2019.
Could you please point on Exhibit 228 for the jury the date that you marked for the probate estate being closed in this case?
The estate was closed on May 23rd, 2019.
And is that shown on 228, the cork board?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you point to it?
Yes.
Now remind the jury when this Adobe was installed.
May 6th, 2019, so roughly 2.5 weeks prior to the estate being closed.
Okay. Detective, do you remember testimony in this case from Anthony Poza?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall a discussion about a set of receipts and documents that he got from Ms. Kurczewski in this case?
Yes.
And remind the jury what that set of documents purported to be?
Financial documents related to the estate, receipts, and other information for the probate.
Did Detective Plennis also talk about that pack of receipts yesterday?
Yes, he did.
And were there oftentimes side-by-side examples of items from that pack of receipts?
Yes.
What did that show the jury?
It showed that there were receipts were different and appeared to have been created, and they were not the same as the original receipts that had been issued by the business or issued by the business at all.
Do you recall when Mr. Posa testified, is the time frame that he got those things from the defendant consistent with this installed application date?
Yes, it is.
Moving to slide 3, please. Now, Detective, are these all pieces taken from a different page of the download?
Looks like they may all be the same, but they're relatively in specific order, so not too far off.
Is there a page number at the top of this slide?
Yes, it's page 1132.
Okay. So starting at the top, line 37 is called Secure Eraser. Have you heard of that before?
I've heard of it. I don't have specific knowledge of it.
Okay. In your career in law enforcement, how many phone downloads do you think that you've analyzed?
Well over 100, hundreds of phones.
Okay. Your face, you kind of made a face when I asked
Yeah, the reality is most of our investigations now, you're going to include a cell phone. I mean, it's especially the ones that I investigate and have investigated in the past. The majority of my work involved the cell phone download, so it's numerous.
Okay. Have you looked at numerous sections of downloads for installed applications?
I have.
Have you seen these eraser type applications before?
Not very often, if any.
Okay. Do you know what they're used for?
Jackson asked and answered, and he said he wasn't familiar with it.
Overruled, he may answer.
My understanding of it is that it is used, again, as more of an editor or to edit documents.
Okay. In terms of the remaining 4 lines on this page, are those applications pretty consistent between the 4 of them of what type they are?
Yes.
Were you here when Detective Fredericks testified about the ability to use someone's cell phone to call and receive on a different number than what's assigned to the phone?
Yes.
Have you seen those applications used on phones during your time as an investigator?
Yes, I have.
Is that pretty common?
These days, yes, it seems that way.
Okay, and can you remind the jury what the purpose of those kind of applications are?
Again, you're going to be able to utilize your phone, and you're basically having a spoof number pop up. You may be assigned that spoof number for a specific period of time, or maybe a one-time use, but mostly it's you issue that number for a short period of time.
Now, in this case, you asked AT&T for some records, didn't you?
Yes.
Were those the records in Exhibit 172 that Detective SCHROEDER used to make maps in this case?
Yes.
Now, if someone is utilizing one of these kinds of applications, add a line, phone numbers, free burner phone number, line 2, second phone number, if a device is using a number through one of those applications, are you able to then write a subpoena to that application and say, hey, we want the call detail records?
No, we do not get those records.
Why not?
It's basically what we call a voice over internet or a VoIP provider number. And I've never had any success and can't tell if anybody ever has. It's a untrackable number.
When you're working on a case and you target a phone number as being really important, but you don't really know much else about it, how can you get records for something just based on the phone number?
You have to, again, you're getting a search warrant for records, you're trying to locate or by any means find out what provider may have that number. You're trying to get anything, try to get records for that.
But how do you know, like in this case, how did you know to write the subpoena to AT&T
There's
versus Sprint or?
There's law enforcement databases. There's also public databases too. Obviously, law enforcement databases are a little more accurate as far as entering a phone number and finding out who the service provider is or any background information on that phone number.
Okay. So if I use AT&T for my phone and you typed my cell phone number into one of these things, it would tell you AT&T?
Yes.
Okay.
Possibly even subscriber information.
Okay. What if you typed a phone number into something like that and it was in reality one of these internet phone numbers, spoof phone numbers?
It may come up with a company, but there's so many now that you're probably not going to get a company name, but the information you're going to get is the VoIP, and which is the VoIP, short for Voice over Internet Provider. It'll literally tell you that that's what that phone number is associated to, which is telling us that it's basically an application, a number based off these applications.
Does that tend, in your experience, to be a dead end on that number then?
More than likely, yes.
But what if you have you had cases where you were able to find out some more information about a number like that from something in the download that was helpful?
Yes.
Like, for example, what would that be?
There may be some form in the communications. It may be saved under the contacts. It may be in text messages, the number itself. Someone's giving out the number, or it could be somewhere in one of the categories on the cell phone.
Has that happened to you before?
Yes, I've seen the numbers pop up. Yes.
Okay. In terms of this investigation, was it important to you to identify and get records for all the important numbers in the case?
Yes, very much so.
And did you do that for all the numbers that you could?
The ones that we thought were significant, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether there was a number in this case that was significant to you that you weren't able to get any records for?
Yes.
And did the jury actually hear about that number yesterday?
They did.
Was that number 262-421-5290?
That's correct.
When did the jury hear about that number yesterday?
That was one of the numbers that was given by Ms. Kurczewski while speaking on one of the phone calls.
To Citibank?
Correct.
Did that phone number also appear in some of the financial documents, like loan applications?
Yes, it did.
Okay. In all of your investigation and in speaking with Ms. Kurczewski, did she ever tell you that she had two different phone numbers?
No, she did not.
Is the phone number attributed to Ms. Kurczewski in this case that number ending 1039?
It is correct.
Okay. Next slide, please. And Detective, what are we looking at here?
It's another application from page 1137, and it's a Sideline second phone number app for business.
Okay, is that pretty similar to what we talked about on the previous slide?
Correct.
Next slide, please. In line 263, what is the jury seeing here?
Another installed application from page 1150.
Okay, and again, whose phone are we talking about?
Ms. Kurczewski's.
What is this installation?
Hidden menu.
Have you seen that before?
I have.
What is that?
It's basically an app which allows you to kind of, which is what it says, you're able to hide stuff, you're able to play stuff in there. Different applications have different ways to access this. It could be holding down a specific button, it could be using the calculator, entering a code. Again, every app has a different way of accessing it, but it's basically a hidden section of the phone that we're not going to find.
Okay, thank you. We can take down Exhibit 181. Now, Detective, in this case, you were involved in several interviews with Ms. Kurczewski. Is that true?
That is true.
And when was the first one?
The first one, well, I was with Detective Cole on the interview on March 6th of 2019.
Okay, so is that on our timeline there on 228?
Yes, it is.
Could you please point to it?
Right here.
Okay. And the jury saw that interview with Detective Cole, is that true?
That's correct.
Now, at that point in time, had you been assigned to this investigation?
We were still fairly in the initial stages of it. I don't think I was assigned as the lead investigator at that time yet.
Okay. Nonetheless, you were involved in it.
At the very minimum, I was the co-lead investigator at the time.
Okay. And was it significant to you the way that that interview was set up and why it was set up in this case?
Yes, it was.
Why?
We were attempting to get information from Ms. Kurczewski. She was also reaching out to Detective Cole, and we wanted to get initial stages of information, partly finding out some about the financials and seeing what information that she had that she might have been willing to talk to us about.
On March 6th of 2019, did you already know the toxicology results and Dr. B's conclusion?
Not the final conclusion, no, not the final results, no, just the initial information.
Okay. Did you share that information with Ms. Kurczewski and Ms. Flower on March 6th of 2019?
Not at that time, no.
Why not?
We just didn't, we weren't prepared to. By the time, I believe, at that interview, I think we were starting to realize that there was a major financial component to the investigation, and we didn't want to share that information that early in the stage of the investigation.
Do you have to make those kind of determinations when you're investigating a major case?
It's definitely a case-by-case basis.
Okay. In terms of, you were in court when you heard some testimony about Ms. Kurczewski reaching out to the medical examiner's office, weren't you?
Correct.
In fact, Ms. Kukas talked about them keeping a log of calls, right?
Correct.
At some point in time, the medical examiner stopped talking to Ms. Kurczewski. Is that true?
Yes.
Do you know why that was?
Based on the investigation at that point, we were, again, beginning the stages of the investigation. We felt we had an idea where we were going with this, and that there was a potential for it to be a homicide investigation. We asked for a non-disclosure to be placed on the case, which basically stopped the medical examiner's office from being able to speak about the investigation with anybody except for obviously law enforcement.
And did it appear that that was what prompted Ms. Kurczewski calling dispatch in the phone call the jury heard?
That's correct.
Okay. In terms of that March 6, 2019 interview that you were in, do you recall Ms. Kurczewski ever telling you that Ms. Hernan had been drinking Visine and trying to kill herself?
Not at all, no.
In fact, do you recall what Ms. Kurczewski told Detective Cole about her thoughts on whether it was even a suicide?
I do.
And what was that?
I believe she did not think it was a suicide, and they were trying to find out what could have happened and what could have caused this.
Was this before or after Ms. Kurczewski knew there was tetrahydrozoline in the toxicology?
Before.
Were you able to speak with Ms. Kurczewski again on July 9th of 2019?
I was.
Was Detective Cole there also?
He was, yes.
Okay. Was that the same day as the search warrants in this case?
It was, yes.
Is it fair to say that there's a lengthy series of interviews in this case that you were involved in?
Yes,
Okay. Have you looked at all of those many times at this point?
I have.
Do you know that there are parts of those interviews that are not going to be played at this trial?
Yes,
In fact, have you seen clips of those interviews to accommodate those portions that are not going to be played?
yes, I have.
Did you watch all the clips of all the interviews that we're going to watch with the jury in this case?
Yes, I have.
Starting with Exhibit 202, I'd like to just show the witness. Detective Hoppe, are you familiar that in making those kinds of clips, that PowerPoint is utilized?
Yes,
Okay. And going to slide 1 of this exhibit, do you recognize this PowerPoint presentation?
yes.
What is it?
This is the initial interview that was conducted with Ms. Kurczewski once the warrants were conducted on July 9th.
And you've looked at each slide in this PowerPoint?
I have.
Are these pieces fair and accurate copies of the interview that you conducted on that date?
Yes, they are.
I move Exhibit 202 into evidence.
Objection.
Exhibit 202 is received.
I'd ask permission to publish.
Permission granted.
Now, Detective, slide 1 has some information on it, is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Going to slide 2, this is a still image of the interview. I want to ask you some questions before we start watching anything. Along the top, is that going to remind the jury of the date of the interview on each slide?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Looking in the actual video box on the top right corner, there's information in white up there, right?
Yes.
And what is that information?
Again, date and time section.
Is that something that you or I put on this exhibit?
No,
Where did that come from?
that's on there. It's standard with our video equipment. It shows the date and time of the actual interview or real time.
Okay. And did you notice that the time in that corner matches the start time in the lower left corner?
It does.
Okay. So for the record purposes, we've used that time ticking in the top left corner when we start and stop these. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Where are you?
We
in
are
this image?
we are at the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, and as it says on there, we are in interview room 1. We have 4 interview rooms, so this is obviously the one that we have labeled as room 1.
Okay. And for the purposes of all of these interviews, when Miranda rights were required, were those read?
Yes, they were.
And each time did Ms. Kurczewski wish to speak with you about this?
Yes, she did.
All right, with that, Judge, I'd ask that we play slide 1 of Exhibit 202 for the jury with audio.
Go ahead.
Did the court want to read the...
Yep, I have it. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear and view an audio-visual recording. Recordings are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. Listen carefully. Some parts may be hard to understand.
They have a year to do so, and it's not atypical for our medical examiner's office to take the entire year.
Yeah.
It's just what they do. Our doctor, Linda, is very thorough and methodical. Her counterpart in Milwaukee zips stuff off real fast. She takes her time. We have some questions about Lynn's daily operations, because you were the one taking care of her, right?
For the most part, yeah, I was the only one around, really.
Right, because she doesn't really have anyone.
6 months. No.
What would her day look like?
She didn't sleep normal, so I couldn't say she got up because...
Did she sleep in a bed, or she always stay in that? Okay.
She hasn't probably been in her bed for a couple weeks because when she came home from the hospital, she couldn't handle the height. She couldn't get up that high. So I would say usually before that, she'd wake up 3, 4 in the morning. She didn't sleep good, so she'd be napping throughout the day. And she didn't watch TV all day.
Did she walk okay?
Sometimes yes and sometimes no. Till right before the hospital, she could.
Okay.
During, on the way, we didn't ambulance. She literally got out of the car at the hospital and they said, how are you doing this? So, they saw it. Her last 3 days at the house, she was falling. She would get up, but she'd fall. That's why I had the bathroom thing right by her. Because she could do some, she couldn't do some. Sometimes she'd get up and get water. She'd make herself try, I would say once or twice to get up, but it didn't always work.
What? Do you know why she went to the hospital the last day before her death?
She didn't go the last day before her death.
No, her last stay.
Her last stay. Physically, her body was shutting down.
She was just weak?
She wasn't eating. She probably didn't eat in 2 weeks before. She was so dehydrated. And she knew she had to go. Me and her neighbor both said, you have to go and do something because your body is shutting down.
And what's the name of the neighbor?
June or Judy?
Okay.
No. I don't have my phone with me. You guys know it.
Did we talk to her that day?
You talked to her that day. She was the only one who helped me pick her up when she fell off the ground.
Okay.
But I can't. It's not Judy. Judy's the other one. But it's in my phone. I know.
And we talked to her that day.
Yep. Yeah, she's all over. I gave you her information too.
And was she taking her own medicine?
She was taking her own medicine.
But she didn't drive or nothing?
No.
So you would go get the prescriptions?
Yes. Walgreens knows me. They got to know me very well. Even when she was in the hospital, she wanted a prescription because the hospital wasn't giving her her own prescription. And I brought it in and I let the nurses know that I went and got it for her. And they took it from her. Because I said, I'm just doing what she told me to do, but I want you guys to be aware, so,
And were you paying for them, or was she paying you back? Or was the credit card on file, or?
No. Sometimes I paid for him, sometimes she paid for him. I went both ways.
And Lynn was taking, oxycodone, right, or some kind of opiate?
I don't remember offhand, to be honest.
Because usually the pharmacists are paying to have an opiate. They were fine with you because you were the person?
Well, they knew Lynn very well at her Walgreens. And they also know me, and I was on file as who I was, but I don't know if she was taking her main one was Xanax or something. I don't know about Oxycontin. I don't know most of them by heart except for she liked her Xanax. And then she had a blood pressure, and I don't know the rest.
She's taking quite a bit of meds.
Yeah.
20 of them, it looked like.
Those weren't all her prescriptions, though. I shouldn't say that. They weren't for the time. She'd have meds, and then the doctors would take her off. They'd put her on, take her off. So, she had meds all over her house. That was just the normal for her.
That was just the normal?
Yeah.
And was she taking stuff, as far as you know, prescribed, or was she kind of self-medicating herself?
Everything, for the most part, was prescribed. I know.
When I say as prescribed, as the doctor wants her to take it?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
Because my mom's an assisted living.
Yeah.
So I take care of the meds. Yeah. And if something's not right,
I used to tell her all the time.
The pharmacy doesn't give me, you know what I mean? If we run out of A, and they're like, no, you can't get it for another 10 days, then I start to worry what happened.
I used to tell her all the time, I would be gone. Well, I would do, sometimes I'd get her stuff ready and sometimes she would, because I wasn't there all the time.
Okay.
So I'd be getting stuff ready and then she'd be getting stuff ready, and I'd come back and I'd be like, okay, I left and you had this many pills of this. Or this or this. Especially the new ones, I knew because she just got them filled. None of it made any sense. And I used to tell her, I was like, oh, no, I'm fine. I said, what are you doing? That's not, you're supposed to, her set ones, and I don't know all of them, she'd take what she wanted. She took Xanax just because it calmed her down, or so she thought, and she felt good. I don't know, because I'm not a pill person, I've never been.
Yeah.
I take ibuprofen. That's all.
I get you. We have a pill organizer. Did she use one of those?
No.
Did you really like that?
No.
Monday, Tuesday, Monday evening?
I've tried. Her pills wouldn't have even fit most.
Yeah?
No.
Okay. So, when you said sometimes you set the pills up, like each day in the morning you come there, I mean, typically would you go there in the morning or the night? Or
I didn't have a set. It just depended how she was doing the day before and what she wanted or what I had planned. There wasn't.
Did she call you and say, I need you, or?
She would either call or I'd call her to check on her and say, how's it going? I don't know how many times she called me because she fell or she needed water or, I mean, I always stocked her up on stuff, but it was, you know, sometimes I could be out there a lot and sometimes I couldn't. So it just depended what was going on.
Would you say you're out there almost every day then?
Yeah.
Especially
Towards the end, I mean, the last 2 months.
the day of her death. Do you remember when you were out there?
I gave my state. Honestly, I don't at this time. It was in the morning.
Okay.
But I don't know exact time frame.
Were you there in the morning for a little while?
Yep.
Well, most of the morning?
Yep.
Did you remember if you gave her pills that day?
No.
You set them up?
No. When I got there, she was sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
I woke her up. We talked for a little bit, and I had to go to the gas station, or not the gas station, Pick and Save. I had a bunch of errands that I was putting off for days because I just didn't have time. I was tired.
Yeah.
And she kept saying, "No, just go do what you gotta do, blah, blah, blah. I'll see you later." And I remember before I left, I asked her, like, "Are your pills taken for the day? Do you need water?" Like, we had a system, you know, do you need this? Do you need that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want something to eat? And no, she said she was fine. I said, "Oh, I'll be back in a couple hours. I just want to get the stuff done."
Okay.
And she was, like, pushing me to go.
So you got there in the morning.
It was sometime in the morning. I was roughly there maybe an hour, maybe 2 at the most. I don't know for sure.
But you don't.
I mean, I hand-wrote a statement the day I left there.
No, I got you. And you probably didn't give her pills that day.
I don't think so. I'm almost positive I didn't because the last couple of days I really wasn't. She'd ask for water, or sometimes she would put her pills in. She had a certain, like, in something bigger that tasted really bad.
Mm-hmm.
So she would always put that in her yogurt, or not yogurt, pudding.
Pudding?
So she would ask for, like, water or pudding or something for me to bring by her, or certain pills, the bigger ones, she would, like, crush those up or whatever. So she'd be like, "Oh, can I get this or can I get that?"
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember, because normally if I was there earlier, I would give her pills, or I'd check, like, the day, or, but.
You would think in 2019 they can make medicine taste better.
Well, you would think they just would have a better system so people don't have access to that kind of medication.
I had this brilliant take my daughter her tonsils out, and I'm wondering because she doesn't want to swallow the pills because her throat hurts, right? I don't have a little pain patch for kids.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. You say you run errands that day, so you're there for an hour or two, and then do you stay? Do you run errands for her then, like Pick and Save and Target or
No, I mean, maybe a few things, like maybe I got water or something. I don't know offhand. Majority was for me, but I might have gotten her stuff too. I don't know. You know.
So you went back home then? Because at the time you were living in Franklin, right?
I was living in Franklin. Well, yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, this is you're making me rewind here almost a year. I mean, I did write a statement that day. It has everything that I did and times. And
No, I got you.
I just trying to remember. It's frustrating because I just don't understand why we don't have answers. I just don't get it.
Why? Because I didn't go to medical school.
No, I was excited thinking you had actually some news and.
Well, there's some inconsistencies, and we'll talk about those. But I'm trying to get an idea of how stuff works, because everyone was asking me how the pills were taken. Like some of them are crushed, you said.
Yep.
And
some were and some won't. I don't know to what extent.
But you weren't, like, to me, involved with, like, we crush this one every day.
No.
Nope. Because she was kind of handling herself. No. Her brain was still pretty sharp that she knew.
She was doing her usual. I mean, she couldn't, her biggest thing was mobility. That was probably the biggest issue, but she still got up to an extent. Mm-hmm. She didn't leave the house is what she didn't do. Mm-hmm. But I didn't go and buy her drugs. I only got the stuff that she was prescribed. She had friends who gave her a ton of things back in the day. Yeah. I don't know towards her death, but...
There's no...
And for the record, Detective, that piece ends at 7:25 a.m. I'm sorry, 7:31 a.m. Sorry. I don't know
That
what-
clip, 7:07 a.m.?
Thank you very much. In terms of, I want to ask a couple of questions before we go on to the next one. At this point in time, how long had Ms. Kurczewski said she was at Ms. Hernan's house that day?
A couple hours.
Did that change over the course of your interviews?
Yes, it does.
At this point in time, did you hear Ms. Kurczewski say Ms. Hernan was rushing her out of the house that morning?
Yes.
Did that fact change over time?
Yes.
At this point, did Ms. Kurczewski say whether or not she gave Ms. Hernan any pills that day?
She didn't believe she did.
Did that also change over time?
Yes, it does.
If we could please go to slide 3.
How long is slide 3?
It is 6 minutes.
All right, you can play that and then we'll see where we're at.
Okay.
all the time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's frustrating because she wouldn't listen and she didn't care and it made her feel good. I mean, her Xanax, she went to the ER twice for her Xanax. Because she took it all and ran out, so then she was having like withdrawals or made herself withdrawals so she could go and get more.
Did you take her then?
Yeah.
And which hospital did you go up to?
We guys went to the same hospital. It's the one right down the road from here.
Waukesha Memorial?
I think.
Is it in Waukesha?
It's Aurora.
Aurora. Okay.
Always. She was admitted in there 4 times in the last 6 months of her life, at least. And once she was ambulanced, or maybe twice.
Sure. Is she taking care of her own bills at the time? Her brain's sharp enough that she's...
No, she did some things, but she'd tell me what to pay as well. She'd say, okay, this month I gotta pay this month I gotta pay this.
Like, did she have a car payment then, or...
No car payment. She just had credit cards, like crazy.
What she's in the credit cards for?
No idea. Anything she wanted.
She buys stuff up, but she didn't drive or leave the house.
Well, I mean, at that time, no, but she still had bills. Or, like, when I'd go to the store from her, she had, the grocery card. She would tell me all the time, oh, I haven't used it in 2 months. Go get groceries on this, or go get... But she never, I mean, her finances were never an issue for her. She did what she wanted. She, do this, do that, I need this. Here's this for taking care of me. I mean, her finances were never... That wasn't her issue.
She was sharp, though. I mean,
yeah.
she knew what she was doing.
Yeah, she did. I mean, she wasn't... She didn't lose her mind. I mean, she just...
Well, sometimes people, when they don't feel good... No. Like, look at my dad died at the end there. Yeah. He just didn't care anymore. He didn't feel good and...
Well, I mean, she didn't care, but that wasn't about stuff like that. What she didn't care about was... Okay, today instead of 4 pills, I'm going to take 10. Or, I mean, that was more... She wanted to
I'm talking about the bills, though. Like, he didn't care at the end, the last couple months, because I was taking care of everything. Yeah. My dad was always so meticulous, but he took care of everything. That's just the way he was.
Oh, no,
but he was just sick. And so, but she was pretty good.
Yeah.
And you said she had a lot of credit cards?
Yeah. I just recently found out how bad things were.
And when you say a lot,
everything with the
4 or 5 credit cards?
No, she had about 30 credit cards.
Yeah. She didn't have a big house with lots of storage.
No.
You don't know what
but it was
buying.
packed. Her house was packed. Well, she bought jewelry, she bought her car, she paid for everything outright, or she put it on a card.
Okay.
So.
And her income was, she had Social Security, that's where the money was coming in.
Correct.
And she had some money when her mom died?
Yeah.
But no other sources of income that you know of?
No.
And you handled...
I mean, she cut hair on the side for a while, but
But not for the last year, right? I mean...
Yeah.
Because she was sick for...
I mean, for people she knew, but... Not me. I haven't heard of that in a while.
When did she stop, like functioning normally? Like, when I say normally, she just got sick.
Well, she's been sick for years.
Okay, but...
So what do you mean, like...
Well, when did she stop cutting hair for her friends?
Oh, I don't know. That I can tell you.
A year, 2 years, more than that?
Maybe a year. But that wasn't because she was sick. It was just because she didn't do it anymore.
She just didn't want to do it?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know her. I've never met her.
No,
all I see is pictures. So I'm trying to get an idea of how she functioned or who she was.
She functioned normally up until about the last 3-4 months. I mean, she would go to the pool. if you ask her people in her condo, they all know her because that's who she hung out with. She walked around, said hi to everyone. I mean, that was her life.
Prior to the last previous to the last 6 months, was she driving then still?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you out there helping her then at that time a little bit, or mostly the last 6 months?
I was out there, but not like that. It wasn't helping her either. It was just out there.
Just out there?
Yeah, I mean, she's like family, you know.
No, I get it. But the last 6 months, you were kind of her caregiver. She was paying you.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to say 6 months. She functioned until the end. I mean, I helped her. And it wasn't even, I don't want to say she didn't function. She would be like, hey, can you go get water today? I don't want to go to the store. I mean, the people at the store know her, you know, so they knew if she was having a good day, a bad day. She was good friends with, like, 4 checkout people at Pick and Save. It was unreal.
She seemed like she had one of those personalities.
Yeah, she did. She talked to everybody.
Yeah.
She would talk to, like, just a stranger on the street. You'd see her and she'd say, hi, how are you doing today? She was a great person. Great.
The last 6 months when she's not feeling well, are you out there every day, do you think, or almost every day?
Almost.
And is she paying you on a daily basis or by the week?
No.
Or she just?
I mean, it was all
did you
different.
have an official arrangement that I make $20 an hour?
No, there was nothing. No, nothing like that.
So she would just.
However she wanted to. I mean, there was no, you know, one day, oh, here's the check. One day, here's my card. Go get this. One day, I mean, it was no set.
No set amount?
No.
I'll pay you $300 a week, nothing like that.
I mean, she'd help out. She'd help my mom, oh, this month I'm going to pay rent, or I'm going to pay your car. I mean, she always was one of those people that helped everyone. There was no rhyme or reason for what she did, but I know years ago, my mom helped her out with DUIs and stuff in the past. She owed my mom a ton of money and filed for bankruptcy. So she's always came back on that, even though she wrote it off. She's always helped me and my mom, our whole life. She's always helped us, you know. She paid my mom's rent probably.
And Detective, this is at 7:13 that this clip has ended.
That's correct.
Now, up to this point in time, has anyone told Ms. Kurczewski that tetrahydrozoline poisoning was the cause of death?
No.
Judge, there's still a good amount of this interview left. Over an hour.
Yeah, and it's 4:34, so we've had a long day, and even though we had a little bit extra of a lunch break, how long is the next clip? I mean, I know you have lots, and we won't get through all of it today, but is
12 minutes.
How do my jurors feel? It's okay to break. I'm not saying happy faces on that, so that's okay. We'll break for the day. It'll be a good point to break. Detective, you can step down. I have to read them the instruction. You give it to Attorney Nicolette, please. All right, I'm going to sit for this one. But ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you've heard repeatedly, I'd like to read this again. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. We will stop or recess from time to time during the trial. You may be excused from the courtroom when it is necessary for me to hear legal arguments from the lawyers. If you come in contact with the parties, the lawyers, the witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversations about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have an opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics, applications, or tools with communication capabilities, to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused for the evening. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. All rise for the jurors. All right, thank you. Be seated. Anything I need to address before we break for the day from the state?
No, thank you.
From the defense?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Then we are in recess. We'll see you all tomorrow morning.